Welcome to this evening's board meeting. Ms. Contra, let's call this meeting to order at 4:31 p.m., please. All right, again, welcome. I'll hang tight just a little bit. All right, first line item on this evening's agenda is line item 2.1 under executive session, convene executive session pursuant to ARS 38-431.03, discussion or consultation for legal advice with the attorney or attorneys of the public body related to Title IX. We do have a number of public comment tied to this line item. So as always, we will listen to the district and listen to public comment, and then any board comments and questions. And then at that point, we'll get into a motion to move or not into this evening's executive session. Okay. That said, this public comment, again, is tied to this line item only, so any substantive subjects, those can be discussed in our regular open to public during our public meeting that begins at 6 p.m. So there will be that opportunity as well. Okay. Dr. Reynolds.
Thank you, President Sandoval, Governing Board, Cabinet, and guests. The first item that we have, executive session. We're here with this item as a request from a board member to receive legal advice on Title IX. We have Ms. Smith, who's here, and will fill in some gaps for the board with questions. And we've asked her to go over a little bit of executive session, what it is, what it's not. Yes, please.
Welcome, Ms. Smith.
Thank you, Dr. Reynolds, Mr. Sandoval, members of the board. So I just wanted to clarify that the executive session tonight, just so everyone is clear what's happening, it's solely for me to give legal advice regarding what the law allows, prohibits, requires. It's not a time for me or the board to discuss policy or what ought to be done about that advice, and it is not a time to make any decisions. So if there were going to be discussion regarding the topic, that would come at a later board meeting where there would be discussion in a public session, as well as any action would be taken in a public session. So this executive session is strictly for legal advice regarding what the law, like I said, prohibits, permits, and allows.
Oops. All right. Yes, I was just going to make the statement. So as always, we'll spend 30 minutes of public comment, 3 minutes per individual. Public rules of conduct, the board president shall keep control of the meeting and require the speakers and the audience to refrain from abusive or profane remarks, disruptive outbursts, applause, protests, or other conduct which disrupts or interferes with orderly conduct of the business of the meeting. Personal attacks on board members, staff, or members of the public are not allowed. It is inappropriate to utilize a public hearing, the public comment segment, or any other agenda items for the purpose of making political speeches. Engaging in such conduct and failing to cease such conduct upon request of the presiding officer will be grounds for ending a speaker's time at the podium or for the removal of any disruptive person from the meeting room at the direction of the board president. That said, welcome again to everyone. First public comment. We do have quite a few, so comes from Corrine Haynes.
Okay, I'm not sure if I'm addressing the right thing at the right time on this as far as the hearing goes, but I just want to read an excerpt from a book that I'm reading called Battle for the American Mind, Pete Hegseth. And he talks about seemingly out of nowhere and accelerated after the Black Lives Matter riots in the summer of 2020, concepts like white privilege and systemic racism and even a new founding date for America the year 1619, were splashed across computer screens all over America. Critical race theory had fully arrived, often masked as diversity, equity, and inclusion, along with a full-on attempt to redefine gender, which is what I'm really here to speak about. Infuse climate fatalism and turn our children into activists. And these were pretty much come upon parents quite suddenly, although I think the makings have been in the process for a long time. And so I stand here right now. We have a plethora of problems right now that we have to deal with in education, mainly just getting our kids up to par in just academics. And yet we're having to spend time on an issue like who can use our children's bathrooms, whether a boy can use the girl's bathroom or vice versa, is so incomprehensible that we would be at this point when there's so many issues that we should be dealing with. And why we're dealing with this should be out in the open. It should be public, because I'm running into parents every day who are going, what is going on? Have we lost our minds? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Haynes. Next public comment comes from Ms. Tiffany Rivas. Actually, hang tight. You are actually was 7.1, right, Tiffany?
I think I might have wrote it incorrectly. I originally wrote 2.1, then I
Okay.
scribbled it out.
Okay.
Good evening, board and guests here in this room. I'm here on behalf of my children and future children that are going to be in the Peoria Unified School District for, I hope, many years. A district that I graduated from. I spent all of my years through high school in, and we loved it. We actually moved from the Deer Valley Unified School District and to Peoria Unified School District for this year because of the issues that we were facing with the Deer Valley School District. We sold our house, we sold everything that we had in a neighborhood that we loved so we could be within the Peoria Unified School District. And seeing this item come before us, and this comes from a mom of two daughters, two beautiful daughters, it's concerning. It's concerning that there's a potential that my girls will have to be faced with decisions that they shouldn't have to in grade school or high school. This also comes very strongly to me after recently seeing the interview regarding the young Olympic swimmers that expressed their concerns with what they're being faced with in their locker rooms when they're trying to get ready for a swim meet. If you haven't watched the interview, I highly suggest that you do, because it is heartbreaking to see and hear what these girls have to say of what they're facing. I don't know what the outcome is. I think that there's alternatives. I don't want public dollars to be spent on building extra restrooms, but the path that we're leading down of what potentially is going to be faced in front of our children is not the path that I'm okay with. And I really don't want to move school districts again. I don't want to put my kids through that. It was already very heartbreaking for my daughter to make new friends, us to make new neighbors, but we did it. We did it for her, and we did it for her siblings. And tonight I'm just here in front of you to ask you that, you know, with the future meetings coming before you, that you listen to the parents here tonight and their heartfelt worries that, you know, I'm personally losing sleep over. And same with my husband and my mom and my dad. They would be here too, but they're at home watching the girls. So that way I could be here to speak in front of you guys tonight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Rivas. Next public comment comes from Ms. Diane Douglas.
President Sandoval, Clerk Rooks, members of the board, thank you for allowing me to address you this evening. I'm Diane Douglas. I had the honor of serving on this board for 8 years, 2 years as the board president. I also had the privilege of serving as Arizona's Superintendent of Public Instruction. As such, I served on the State Board of Ed, the Board for Charter Schools, the Board for the School for the Deaf and Blind. So let's say I've had more than my fair share of experience with executive sessions, and that's what I'm here to address tonight. Of all the myriad of topics public bodies discuss, executive session statute only defines 8 specific areas that can go behind closed doors rather than in open public. There is, however, one additional clause, discussion or consultation for legal advice with attorney or attorneys of the public body, as on this meeting agenda. Because of this, the loophole that has been created by this clause, there's virtually no issue that can't be taken behind closed doors outside of public scrutiny as long as an attorney or attorneys participate for advice. And seriously, is there any subject an attorney can't or won't give you an opinion or advice upon? The discussions in executive session can never be revealed publicly. Therefore, the community has no understanding of the rationale of your decisions. Publicly explaining a law, such as your attorney just said she would do, or discuss potential ramifications, is not the same as discussing confidential legal strategies in defense of an actual lawsuit. Moreover, a discussion can begin in public and move into executive session if true legal advice is needed. Under the statute and without this loophole, a discussion of Title IX in executive session would be unlawful unless litigation or a settlement was involved. And it seems to me that any discussion of Title IX can and should best be done in public, and I think the district has a Title IX coordinator, so maybe that's where the discussion should begin. But bringing in attorneys at this point is premature at best. In my opinion, and in my experience, no section of executive session law is legally more abused by public bodies than the legal advice clause. Former board member and Arizona Representative Pingarelli twice tried to have this clarified and put limits upon this egregious breach of the legislative intent of open meeting law. In my opinion and from my experience, this is nothing more than a get-out-of-jail-free clause allowing public bodies to take behind closed doors uncomfortable or controversial issues and topics which are otherwise not allowed by law to be discussed in secret, unless, of course, it's under the guise of legal advice. I pray that this board does not join the ranks of those public bodies who have abused this clause.
Thank you. Next public comment comes from Mr. Yakov.
Good evening. Really can't follow that, but I do want to say this about Title IX and going into executive session. Coming from the legal realm, I understand the implications of executive session. Sitting on a board myself, I also know the uses of executive session. However, what was to prevent this district from simply asking for a written legal opinion, which would not take this matter behind closed doors and not forbid it to be on a future agenda item unless approved by the board? So I feel like a legal written opinion is probably sufficient for your guys' needs rather than taking it behind closed doors, never to be heard about or discussed again. And I do think that this has also been addressed by the Federal Appeals Court. So I think discussing that ruling and discussing parents' feelings, judging by the people who are in this room, the amount of people who are here for an executive session, public comment, should tell you something. I think this needs to be pulled out into the open. We need to talk about it. It implicates or it affects all of our children. My children are at these schools where these subject matters are being debated at the schools. It's already being talked about. So why are we taking it behind closed doors? I think it's politics, and I think that we need to keep this open. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yakov. Next public comment comes from Ms. Becky Smith.
Hello. I follow suit with what everyone's saying. I feel like if we as parents, grandparents, community members can be informed of what the law is, that only benefits us for our understanding. I also did some research on where this has taken place, other places where they've kind of made gender neutral bathrooms. And again, I want to reiterate, we're not saying transgender people nor children are predators. What we're saying is this opens the door for predatory behavior. So I have several articles that I made copies of just so you guys can look it over, because this is a big decision. It's not an easy one, but it's a big decision, and I would hate for it not to be taken seriously, and then somebody gets violated, and then what happens then? You can't take that back. You may have a lawsuit on your hands. And I think an accommodation, like we've talked about before, is the nurse's bathroom or a staff bathroom. I know it's really hard to build out a restroom at every single campus. That's probably not feasible. Doing a porta potty is not very nice. I don't like using a porta potty, but we can do other things to accommodate the students that need accommodations. So I just wanted to share these articles that I found about what happens when you let bathrooms be gender neutral and anybody can go anywhere. And you do have men that put on skirts just to get in a bathroom. So it happens. So I would just like to pass these out for you guys before you make your decision. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Next public comment comes from Mia.
Hi. Yeah, so I share the same sentiment as everybody else here, that this executive session needs to be open to the parents who, it involves our children. These are our precious babies that you're talking about, and so these are important decisions. I worked with middle schoolers in middle school. I know that when you blur the lines like that, things can happen very easily. The lines aren't very blurred right now, because a lot of these middle schoolers don't know about this. But if they were to find out, there are tons of issues going on in bathrooms right now, even at the high school level. I mean, kids doing drugs in the bathroom, you know. But when you blur those lines, that's when you get into trouble. So yeah, I just ask that, you know, you put any political agenda or any political narrative aside and just use common sense to accommodate the few and not force the many to accommodate. And that's always how accommodations have been, bathroom accommodations in PUSD. You only accommodate the one, you don't accommodate the 99. That doesn't make sense, okay? That's not common sense. So yeah, and then just real quick, Heather, I just want to say, I feel like you were very negatively attacked last meeting, and so I just want to say thank you for what you're doing. Thank you for bringing transparency. Thank you for trying to change the culture here at PUSD, because it starts here with the board. The transparency culture starts here. And so I'm hoping and I'm praying that the other board members will get on board with that and will come alongside Heather in being transparent for parents and teachers and the community. And let me see what else I got here. Yeah, so Heather, just know there's a lot of people behind you, parents, community members, teachers. And I'm just going to end with this Bible verse, Luke 8:17. For there is nothing hidden that will not be disclosed, and nothing concealed that will not be known or brought into the open. Thank you.
Thank you, Mia. Next public comment comes from Ms. Christina Rogers.
Good evening. Obviously, everybody's kind of saying the same thing. I think this meeting definitely needs to be out in the open for all of us to hear. This is our children that you guys are getting advice on, so we want to be just as informed as you guys are. So I think it is very important for us to be able to listen to the legal advice, not only just because it's legal advice, but also our tax-paying money has paid for that legal advice. So I feel like it is our right to be able to listen to this as well. And then the other thing is with the bathrooms, which I know you guys have already heard, we're all against it. And I'm pretty positive you guys are all against it as well, or at least wanting accommodation for the few kids. But the other thing is too, is if we start opening our bathrooms in the schools, what happens at football games when now there's adult men, adult women who are now able to go into these bathrooms that are at our football games with our children? So if we open the door here, we can't say, oh, just during school hours, you get to use these bathrooms, but on activities, you don't get to when there's adults involved. So please take this into consideration. Let the 0.12% use the nurse or the teacher's facilities. I think that's a fair accommodation for the very small amount of kids or children that need that accommodation. And I appreciate you. I know you guys have a hard job up there, so we appreciate you as well.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers. Next public comment comes from Ms. Devin Updegraff Day. Is she out in the lobby? Oh, okay. Shall move on to Mr. Eric Hayes.
Good evening, President Sandoval and Clerk Heather Rooks, as well as the other members on the board. Now, I'm just gonna, I guess, start off with this. I honestly don't even know what to say. I mean, I grew up in this district, born and raised in this district. I'm 19 years old, and I went from kindergarten all the way to my sophomore year in Peoria Unified School District. And in that time, I did face my issues. However, I never thought I'd see something quite like this. I'm disgusted, I'm disenchanted, and I have to say that I don't even know if there's a word for what I'm feeling right now. The decision to allow trans kids to use the opposite restroom is completely immoral. Doesn't matter what political party you affiliate with. I think at the end of the day, we can all sit down and say that this is something that's immoral. And I want to put this in broad and clear terms. Children who have male genitalia are allowed to use the same restroom as somebody with female genitalia. Now, I'm just saying, and vice versa as well. I have family friends that are still in this district, from 5th grade to sophomores in high school, females as well. And when I hear from their parents and they're coming to me and they're saying, what is happening to my neighborhood and my school board, I almost choke up because it's the same school board that I grew up in. It's the same school that I grew up in. It's the same district. And so going along with that, I want to talk about transparency. Because time and time again, we've had politicians not be transparent, and I think it's time we have transparency and bring transparency to not only the Peoria Unified School District, but also to the state of Arizona. And so bringing something like this for the people to see and the people to know what is happening in Peoria Unified School District and districts all across the state and political offices all across the state as well. So we need to bring transparency, and people need to know about what's going on in their neighborhood and in their school district. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes. Next public comment comes from Ms. Jenna Lebrandi. Hey, Jenna, if you give me just 1 second. I just want to reiterate this line item is discussions in and around whether or not we should go into an executive session. So if we can keep our comments centered around that, I'd appreciate it. I've been open to allowing for other thoughts to come through, but if we can stay centered around that, this line item, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Of course. Good evening, President Sandoval, Clerk Rooks, Dr. Reynolds, members of the board. My name is Jenna Lebrandi, and I am a former student from Frontier Elementary School. I'm speaking today to urge you all to vote in favor of making the discussion surrounding allowing transgender children into female bathrooms public. During my time in Peoria, maintaining transparency and communication between Peoria's parents and the district was something that my family struggled with. This is especially in regards to my final year at Frontier, in which my school and my district failed to address my family's complaints regarding bullying and the lack of discipline in my classroom. The issues I faced on a daily basis had an effect on my grades, my quality of learning, and my mental health. I went from being a straight-A student beloved by my teachers and my staff to crashing and burning. When my parents realized what was happening, they reached out first to the teachers, and then to the school officials, and then to the district, but they all said that nothing could be done about it, or they just didn't reply at all. I was struggling, and the district did nothing about it, so I left and I never turned back. You may be wondering what my story has anything to do with these ongoing issues that are happening here, but the moral of my story and dozens of other stories that I've heard from Peoria's parents is that when we have complaints about what is happening in our schools, nothing happens. When we want things to change and we express an adamant desire for change, nothing happens. When the young women at our schools surrounding, not just here, but around the country, express their discomfort towards entering a restroom that may have individuals of the opposite sex in it, nothing happens. Transparency should be the cornerstone of anything in our government, but such is especially the case with our school boards. School boards and districts are closer to the people than any other form of government, and schools should be proud to be transparent and meet the needs of their community. To forbid parents and concerned community members the opportunity to understand this urgent issue on a first-hand level would be to abandon transparency. I recall that at a previous meeting, a speaker argued that because an incident of a transgender student assaulting a female student in the women's restroom had never occurred, that the issue should not raise any concern. However, I would like to make it clear that just because these issues are not reported does not mean they do not happen. For the first few months of middle school, I kept the fact that I was bullied a secret from my parents and teachers because I was insecure, thinking that I was overreacting, that I was the problem. But of course, my parents eventually found out what was happening, but just because I didn't report it at first doesn't mean that it didn't happen. Just because students do not report incidents of feeling uncomfortable or potentially at hazard of getting hurt in the privacy of a restroom doesn't mean that they do not happen. Please consider voting yes on making this meeting public for the sake of concerned parents, students, and community members of the district alike. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. LaBrandy. Next public comment comes from Cornell Mocha. Is that correct? Welcome.
Thank you. I'm here to support Heather Rook and everybody else that spoke before me. I think they did a great job, and definitely it's a lot more to say about this subject and this situation. Having the foundation based that the leaders, boards, government is based on by the people, for the people, definitely has to be considered the transparency with no manipulations involved in it, because you can be transparent, but you can manipulate things. The subject definitely has to be presented to the public, to the people, because it comes to the point like, who gives you the right to decide on my behalf without even asking, without even talking to me? That goes to a dictatorship control. I'm from a communist country. I risked my life to be free, and I'm still going to fight for the freedom of this country. But it goes to that point when somebody else decides on your side, tells you, dictates you what to do without asking you. That is not right. The problem with the boys and girls, if we just sit and think straight, like the guy said before, it's against any moral. You don't need to be a believer or a Christian or anything. The logic, that if you believe in Big Bang, it tells you the Big Bang creates a man and female. You cannot change that. It's ridiculous. It's totally ridiculous. We expose our new generation, children, little kids, to such a great danger by allowing that thing to happen. So I'm totally against this, and it's such more to say. But I pray and I hope that the board will do a great change and a good decision. May the Lord bless you all.
Thank you, Mr. Milka. Next public comment comes from Benjamin Lorby.
Members of the board, thank you for your time. First of all, I want to thank you for addressing this issue. This has come up recently, not just in this district, but around the country. But first, in regards to transparency, I want to urge the board to be open and upfront and before executive session, because this is an important debate of the radical notion that students must use a bathroom according to this gender. Something that would be common knowledge just a few years ago, but now it is up for debate and should be had by the community. I want to now take the time to address the safety and well-being of our students, as it is such a vital issue and should be out in the open, for which we are all gathered here tonight. Because families trust schools with protecting their children, yet sadly it's these places where too many experience the most harm, and it is done in secret. Because according to the Department of Education's old survey, 10% of students will experience either assault or harassment while in a public school. Now, this is important because there isn't a person in this room that isn't appalled by it and wouldn't want this out in the open. There isn't a person in this board that has not publicly stated and would not publicly commit to any action to protect our students. But some will question what this has to do with bathrooms. Some will allege that failure to affirm some students who identify as transgender will put them in danger. Some will claim that gender-inclusive bathrooms does not violate the safety of our students, but protects our most vulnerable and must be out in the open. This is wrong. Why? Because last year it has just been revealed, after it was attempted to be covered up in similar sessions, multiple girls were assaulted by a male student in a Loudoun County bathroom who was allowed to use the girls' restroom. Horror stories like this are emerging from across the country. All of this is possible because districts have accepted the lie that men could become women and women could become men. This doesn't mean that students who suffer from gender dysphoria don't deserve compassion. We must have immense compassion for those, but we must do so without falsely affirming that permanently altering their bodies and environment will alleviate their suffering. Not only would it be a lie to tell them this, it is the same reason it would be a lie to tell a teenager who is anorexic they could be healthy at any weight. That affirmation, that lie, would fail to treat the underlying problem and inflict long-term physical and mental health to those suffering. It is far crueler to affirm a student and leave them in their mental anguish than it is to speak hard truths and urge them to seek the help that they need. Many people in this room want to protect trans students or those who identify as trans. Many people want to have an open discussion about protecting our students when they want to use a bathroom. But if you want to start children, may I suggest, or if you want to protect children, have an out in the open conversation and start with these facts, start with these basic truths, because the alternative is not only a lie, it is far worse for the safety of these students and their peers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Larrabee. Next public comment comes from Ms. Tiffany Benson.
President Sandoval, board members, Dr. Reynolds, of course, my comments pertain to Title IX issues. I believe that these discussions should remain out in the open, and here's why. AZ Revised Statute 1601A says the liberty of parents to direct the upbringing, education, health care, and mental health of their children is a fundamental right. 1601B says the state, political subdivisions, or government entities shall not infringe on these rights without demonstrating compelling government interests, is of the highest order, is narrowly tailored, and not otherwise served by less restrictive means. While these statutes stand, we the people will not co-parent with government workers and public servants. You have no natural rights, you are not self-appointed, and your power is subject to parental authorities. You simply need to draft and enforce policies to keep boys out of girls' bathrooms and vice versa. Good parents don't want their daughters violated or their sons potentially accused of or committing criminal sex acts. These parents are not hating on the trans community. They're saying in spaces where intimate body parts are exposed, persons of the opposite sex should not be permitted. That's not harassment, that's not bullying, that's not transphobic, that's common sense. Using the words safety and privacy while advocating to remove boundaries is fakery, it's a psychological fraud, and it's a mockery of the protocols for civility and decency. Only predators advocate for boys to have access to girls' spaces and vice versa. Trans kids don't need unrestricted bathroom access. They need unrestricted access to mental health professionals. Gender is not fluid. There is no spectrum. You're either male or female. Children are protected when adults enforce boundaries. So when identity issues are neglected, common sense should tell you not to indulge minors, but to follow the protocols to confront the adults who have the parental rights. For any elected officials and district employees who are unwilling to act with civility, decency, and integrity, unwilling to simply draft and enforce bathroom policies, then you need to tender your resignation, clear out your desk, and allow someone better to take your place. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next public comment comes from Mr. Josh Gray. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, while we are up on time. We only have a couple left, so I'm going to go ahead and allow for the final speakers to speak. Go ahead, Mr. Gray.
Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak tonight. President Sandoval, Dr. Reynolds, members of the board, auxiliary staff. Normally, I come prepared with stuff to say, but I've already spoken on this topic a few times, so I think the board knows where I stand personally on this. But just to kind of reiterate that the board needs to be able to get sound legal advice, and that's not going to happen in a public setting. As someone that was recently attacked with performative litigation against myself, you want to be able to have conversations with your lawyer in private, and the district as an entity is no different in that matter. I'm not against transparency. I want to know what's going on too. But the board has to be able to understand its legal options before it can explain its legal options to parents. So there's no way that that's going to happen in a public setting. It's just not feasible. So again, I'm for transparency. I'm not saying that I don't want to know what's going on. And I'm not going to touch on the whole bathroom thing. I'll get to that later. I'm sick and tired of talking about it, frankly. But as far as going into executive session, there's a reason for it. And it's a simple reason. So stick to that. I understand that there's a lot of political ramifications, and I'm sorry that y'all have to deal with that because it's kind of nonsensical. But for the board to be able to make a sound judgment, it needs to know its legal options, and that's not going to happen in a public setting again. So again, I encourage the board to take this opportunity to go in executive session, ask those questions with your attorney, find out what your options are, and then you can relay what you can relay to the public. But again, doing that in a public setting, you're not going to be able to ask those questions because it's a liability issue. The attorney's not going to be able to advise you properly because of that. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Gray. Next public comment comes from Brian Hooper.
I'm going to follow this guy. I appreciate everybody's time. We're all here to protect our kids. We build fences after incidents happen to protect our kids. We lock our campuses to protect our kids. We know what we have to do to protect our kids. While I don't echo his sentiment about having a closed-door meeting, I'm all about transparency. I would urge you and implore you to do what is right by the community to ensure that there are no political implications for you guys, but you did sign up for that, so you will get that. So, that being said, please be as clear with everybody on this as we can. You know, you've got years of experience in Ms. Douglas with her and passionate speech, which I appreciate. Please do this in the open. It just will, I think, avoid a lot of issues later on. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Hoover. All right, final public comment tied to this line item comes from Ms. Sarah Gerald. Did I pronounce your last name correctly?
Good evening. I'm here just to urge the board to also please keep it open to parents if they need legal advice and they need to know what the law permits and what it does not. Well, I think parents should be able to know that as well. And maybe it could be an open discussion. I know that a lot of people said that it can't, but most of us do want it to be an open discussion. We want safety for our children. I have a boy and a girl. I want the best for them and the most safety. I want the safety as well for the trans students. I believe too that we can work something out. Maybe schools can work out a solution with the parents to use the nurse's bathroom and so on. I won't go into all that because I know we're here to talk about the executive session, but I also urge you to please keep transparency, keep an open mind, and let the parents understand why you make the decisions you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gerald. All right, that does conclude public comment tied to this line item. We'll move on to board questions, comments. Ms. Hill?
And just as a reminder, President Sandoval, we have Mrs. Smith who's here.
Yes,
If you have any questions.
of course. Okay. Dr. Sorensen?
No, sir.
All right. Mrs. Ricks?
I have thought a lot about this, and while I know that we're supposed to get legal advice, I have to provide transparency. That is what I ran on. And when we talk about your attorney or board's attorney, it's not the board's attorney. It is the taxpayer's attorney. It's the parent's attorney. Their money pays for this attorney, and it's their children. And so we're not discussing student names, student confidentiality. We are getting questions regarding Title IX, and I think that we need to keep this open and transparent with the parents because that's what they're asking for. So that's where I'm at on that.
Thank you, Ms. Ricks. Mrs. Ewing?
Thank you. I think it's really important that we get the appropriate legal advice. We have our lawyer here. We've paid for the lawyer to be here to give us the. Excuse me.
Ladies and gentlemen, please refrain.
I will refrain that and say that we have retained the lawyer to be here to give us this advice, and I think it would be prudent, and we as board members, and I should say I, because I can't speak for any of the board members, my job is to govern, and so I need to make sure I have all of the appropriate information, best practices before decisions are made, is to have expert advice, and this is our opportunity to get expert legal advice. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ewing. Ms. Hill, sure.
I had to figure out what I was going to say. I didn't realize I was going to get to speak. I think it's a great thing to have the transparency. I think it's been very difficult over the past 2 years being on the board and going into executive session over very sensitive issues that we can't share with you all. You don't know what we're talking about. You don't know the decisions we've made or what we were told. I find it very difficult, and it puts us in a difficult position. And I think it's what we're here for, is to provide great services for our kids and to keep them safe, obviously. And I don't feel like we have a good connection with the community if we don't involve all of you and get your input, and at least you know exactly what's going to happen if we take one course of action or another, and what the legal advice actually is, without, of course, naming names. This would, we're just talking policy, but we really need to set some sort of policy. So I think this is imperative that we're all clued in, and we all need to be a part of this. So thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Hill. Yeah, for me, first and foremost, and I say this multiple times, I do value the opinions and perspectives of everybody. Listen to you speak, received your emails. I know this is real, and I feel that. And I'm with you on the safety and supportive environments for all of our students, without question, 100%. That said, I do value the executive session and how it does support and safeguard all the human lives that we serve and the district itself. These conversations, I just want to reiterate that in these sessions, no decisions are made. There's no consensus building. It is information only from, our attorney resident expert in this area, and it allows us to have conversations, again, that absolutely, keep the district, out of harm's way, and safeguard and protect all the lives that we serve here in Peoria Unified. So if no further questions, comments, I do need a motion to move into executive session, discussion or consultation for legal advice with the attorney or attorneys of the public body related to Title IX.
I would rather do a motion to not go into executive session regarding legal advice with Title IX.
I will second.
So that's a alternative motion to what's on the agenda?
Yes, I would like to keep the meeting open to the public.
Dr. Reynolds, you have a question?
Yeah, just to be clear, a vote to not go into exec session would not mean that we would have an open meeting
That's right.
right now.
It would just cancel the executive session.
I just,
No, we don't, we only have only one motion out right now. I was just asking for a motion, and Ms. Rooks made a motion.
Okay. Well, then I'll rescind that motion and we'll vote to not go into executive session. Like,
does,
So,
we don't have an agenda item to discuss Title IX on the board's agenda,
that's right.
right? Other than in executive session.
So, that said, Mrs. Rooks, just to be clear, you want to retract your motion?
yes.
Do you want me to go back and ask for a motion to move into my original
Yep.
ask?
Yep.
Okay. So, Ms. Contra, I know you've,
We can just clarify, Mrs. Smith?
okay, so I'll just restate my original ask, right? So I do need a motion to convene executive session, discussion or consultation for legal advice with the attorney or attorneys of the public body related to Title IX.
I will motion to convene the executive session for discussion of or consultation for legal advice with the attorney or attorneys of the public body related to Title IX.
I'll second that, Ms. Contra. We've got, on the screen, we've got a motion by Ms. Rooks and a second by Ms. Hill. I think we're,
President Sandoval, I have edited the motion to read as Mrs. Ewing motion to convene executive session, and you second.
okay,
Can I check my understanding right now really quick?
sure.
So right now, a yay vote has us go in there, get advice from our lawyer. A nay vote means that we have the lawyer come out and we don't do an executive session at all, and then we just go to our regular board meeting?
At 6 p.m.
We would,
6
we would,
p.m.
right, we would recess until 6.
So, okay, let me clarify then. Are we able to have an open meeting with the lawyer? Is there any ability to do that?
That's not, ladies and gentlemen, we've had public comment already. Please refrain from any outbursts. That's not why we're here. We're here to convene executives. We are here to convene our executive session. So, Ms. Hill, to answer your question, that line item is not agendized.
No, but I want to clarify your question.
Yeah.
Right, the executive session, and I'm going to look to Mrs. Smith. The executive session does not preclude us from having a further discussion regarding this issue, if that's what you're asking. Not tonight,
Right,
because it's
okay.
not agendized. We'd have to have that agendized 24 hours in advance. But if I'm correct, we can't have that discussion this evening because it's not agendized.
But it can be an item on a future board meeting to have a discussion
That's right.
regarding Title IX.
Correct.
In the public, right?
Correct. I don't know if you want to provide any clarification, Ms. Smith?
So the agenda only specifies that there's an executive session. The agenda does not say that there could be an open session. Therefore, there are potentially other members of the public who would not be put on notice of the possibility of an open discussion tonight on this topic. If you want to set another agenda in the future, to have a presentation of the law, to have a discussion about the policy, and certainly you can do that, but tonight, you can either have an executive session or not have an executive session. You can't have a public discussion or presentation on that topic.
Can we discuss, if we go into executive session tonight, and then we have a discussion later on, can we discuss the things that were shared with us in executive session?
I mean, attorney-client communications are
copy.
I,
Okay,
Can
thank
I,
you.
can I ask a question then? Because I've seen in the past, a previous board member, Beverly Pingarelli, making a motion on an executive session, like, not the same topic, but obviously an executive session to not go behind closed doors. And I've seen it been done at West Met Governing Board. So I guess with the statement that you just said that we would have to set another board meeting, why were we not told that by our superintendent or by our attorney? Why was that not given as an option?
Well, I would just simply say, I apologize for that confusion. We're not able to discuss any items that are not on the agenda. That is not,
Which is policy.
it's the law.
It's not on the consent agenda. If they don't bring it to the public, then all this is for nothing. So it has to come on later on an approved consent agenda. So it has to be a line item on their agenda for us to be able to have an open discussion about it.
She just asked me to move over here in case I was going to speak again. If there's a question you want me to answer, I'm happy to answer it, but I'm not sure if there is one.
So has there ever been an incident for executive session where a board member makes a motion to keep the executive session open to the public? Has that been done anywhere across the U.S., Arizona, other board meetings, districts?
I couldn't speak to whether that's ever happened before. It's never happened in a situation where I was providing advice, and I actually discussed this with some other colleagues of mine, and they agree that if it's not on that if it's only on the agenda as an executive session item, then you can't just move the topic into an open session for the reason I stated previously. With there's an exception, but it's not relevant here. So if another district did that, I don't know that, and I don't know what their justification would be.
And so when you just stated that you talked to other colleagues about this, why were we not informed as a board for that situation?
Well, I wasn't asked that question. I mean, it's just, I have colleagues that I speak with on all sorts of topics, including Title IX, including open meeting law issues. So it's just a kind of thing that has come up in my discussions with other school law attorneys.
So, quick question for you.
Yes.
And I'm going to piggyback on what Dr. Sorensen asked. I know there's a statement that we typically read in exec session, right? That really keeps all the conversation pretty much, behind closed doors, especially when we're talking about individuals and human resources, right? That said, if what I heard you say, and so please correct me if I'm wrong, if what I heard you say was that it is up to us, the district, as the client, to communicate those conversations publicly, that is our purview or the district's purview, is that right?
Not the purview of any individual board member, but the purview of the board as a whole.
Okay.
And to be clearer about that, I mean, a board could ask an attorney to write a memo that was meant to share with the public. A board could ask an attorney to make a presentation at a meeting to the public. That is, that would provide the information I think people are asking for. It's slightly different than the discussion that might take place in executive session, but it's up to you what information, you ask the attorney to present and to whom you want the attorney to present it. If you share attorney communications with the public, then the privilege doesn't exist, but I mean, in some cases that's appropriate. I mean, that's the client's decision, what they want to do with the advice that they get collectively.
Okay. So for me, again, in my 7th year, I wasn't clear on that, but knowing that, and knowing a couple things, actually. One, I know we can't not go into exec session and have a public conversation right now, but I'm absolutely open to adding this to an agenda publicly and having you return and allowing us to have this conversation in public, knowing that we can have those conversations with the public's lens included, if that makes sense.
That makes sense. Yep, I understand what you're saying.
And while I appreciate that, where we're having that discussion then brought forward as an open setting. I guess I just wish that somebody would have told us that. I mean, we are supposed to be given this information beforehand, all information regarding this. And I feel like this was kind of a setup. Like that's what it's feeling like right now. So.
Yeah, I mean, look.
Can I request to speak, President
Yes.
Sandoval? Okay, so I just, as part of a new board orientation, we go through the training for the open meeting law. It's a requirement that we go through that training. And I know that I had that training in 2 different settings, and then I was also provided a book to read through. So I know that I have had several conversations. I just want to clarify that I have been informed. I have clarified several times what are our options. You know, can we, if somebody was to motion to have it in public, can that happen? And it's very clear in open meeting law through the trainings we went through and also in reading the law. It's very clear. So I just want to clarify that I have been given that information and trained on that as well. And as a board member, we can only speak for our individual selves. It would be inappropriate to speak for other board members, because that is the way that it is written, that you only have the power of your voice and you can't speak for other folks on the board. Thank you.
Well, I was just going to, again, reiterate, I apologize if there was confusion on the board regarding executive session, but, you know.
I mean, this is how our executive sessions have been ran since I've been on the board. I know it's in policy, it's law. I guess where I'm going to apologize is to each and every one of you. I'm not sure how the expectation even came forth that this meeting could become a public setting. I know that's not anything that I would say, because I know that that's not the case. But I am absolutely open, based on, you know, this understanding of the purview of the district and our attorney, to add this to a future governing board meeting, to have this, or actually our study session, which gives us a little more time, right? You know, we can, well, we'll prioritize it. So, but again, no public, I can't respond to you. I'll be breaking open meeting laws, so I don't want to do that. But I'll say.
Before you make the motion, I did want to clarify, because maybe some of the confusion comes with, there are executive sessions that can be requested to be, and that may be where the confusion is coming from.
And I appreciate you asking for that clarification. I mean, there are, for example, if you have agendized a personnel executive session, the person who's being discussed in executive session has the right to ask that it be in open, and that is what the law says. So people are presumed to understand the law. So if you had agendized that as an executive session and they asked for it to be in open, you could go forward with that. The other thing I was thinking about, Ms. Rooks, I don't know what situation you're talking about, but it's possible sometimes an executive session for legal advice is on an agenda along with a public item to discuss it. And in that circumstance, the public discussion would already be on the agenda. So you could potentially have that, you know, the related discussion in public. But that's not the situation here tonight. There was only one item on the agenda, and that's the executive session. So.
Can I ask one more question? I apologize. Sure. And this may be inappropriate. If we went to a public discussion on this and you were to present on this, does the concept of you presenting in public leave us more liable to litigation or things of that nature? Is there a layer of protection just for us as a district to not have that, or is that legal advice so you shouldn't give that to me in a public setting?
Well, that's a good question. I'll say this. I think that there is a difference between providing a presentation on the law to the public in general, you know, an informative discussion of what about the law says, and a legal advice and discussion where there's specific questions about specific issues being asked and addressed. I think that it's fully appropriate, acceptable, and not problematic to the district to have a public presentation on what the state of the law is. I am less comfortable with the idea of having like a back and forth legal advice because there are other issues, liability issues and things like that that could be addressed there. But the bulk of the information, if the main question is what does the law say, the law does say what it says, and it could be presented in an informative, like educational way.
Thank you so much. You're doing a great job.
Thank you.
Just so I can clarify, I'm sorry, I didn't mean
That's
to
okay.
interrupt. If that were to be the case, if you would come to present, and so you're basically saying would probably not the best idea for us to have the question and answer type of thing, so you would just present to us, give us all the information, and then we would take that information and utilize it as appropriate. Is that correct?
That's what I'm suggesting.
Okay, okay.
So with that said, Lisa Anram Smith, I'm assuming tabling this slide item probably doesn't allow us to move forward to that public session, and in future governing board meeting, it would be best just to vote on it and then
Put a new item on the
put it in
agenda.
okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. Well, the motion stands, so now we just vote as a board based on this conversation. Everybody have any other questions, comments? Everybody good? All right, motion fails with 4 nays and 1 yay. Thank you, board members. All right, well, we will pause for about 25 minutes until our open public session begins. Test. Start off with our opening exercises, moment of silence and pledge of allegiance. Ms. Rooks, would you like to lead us this evening? So everyone, just FYI, we can find in our hearts, one of our young scholars passed about a week ago. So them and their family in your hearts as we go through a moment of silence. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mrs. Rooks. All right, moving on to section 5, address agenda and consider adoption or recommend changes. So looks like, let me make sure I don't have any consent items that we need to pull. Okay, I do not have any consent items that have green slips tied to them. So board members, do any of you have any items that you'd like to pull or any changes that you would like to make to this evening's agenda? Ms. Hill?
I do not.
Dr. Sorensen?
No, sir.
Mrs. Rooks?
No, thank you.
Mrs. Ewing?
No, thank you.
I don't either. All right, that said, I do need a motion to approve this evening's agenda.
I will motion that we approve this meeting's agenda.
I'll second that. Ms. Contra, I have a motion by Ms. Rooks to approve this evening's agenda as presented. Second by myself. Board members, please cast your votes. Motion passes with 4 yeas. Thank you, board members. All right, moving on to section 6, recognitions. 6.1, Ms. Airy.
Good evening, President Sandoval, members of the board, cabinet, and guests that have joined us today. We have 2 recognitions for you this evening. First, it is my pleasure to introduce one of our incredible students from Centennial High School. She is the student body president, and as you all know, we meet regularly with our group of student body presidents from across the district. We so value their feedback, the input that they provide to our leadership team as we look to learn more about what life is like from their perspective in our schools. And so it is my honor to introduce tonight Ava Wells, who has joined us and will be sitting along with our team this evening.
Welcome. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you guys so much for having me. I really do appreciate the opportunity to represent the students that attend the Peoria Unified School District.
Yeah, no, thank you. Board members, any questions, comments? Ms. Hill?
Well, welcome to this very full board meeting. We're very happy to have you. I'm always excited to see an interest with students in government and just finding out how everything works. And it's great to have representation, like you say, from Centennial High School, because it really is all for you. So we do really care about what you think and your ideas about how we can make the schools a better place for you. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Mrs. Hill. Dr. Sorensen?
Yeah, it's a big deal to be student body president. So congratulations. I'm glad you're here, and I admire you a lot for being here and how well-spoken you already have proven to be. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sorensen. Mrs. Ricks?
Obviously, reiterate what they just said, welcome to the board meeting. And, it's so exciting that you're student body president at your school. And do you enjoy doing it? Is there things that you enjoy about it?
I love it. I've been doing it since my freshman year, and it's going to be sad to say goodbye, but I know there's bigger things to come, so.
Awesome. Well, yeah, welcome to the board meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ricks. Mrs. Ewing?
Well, congratulations on being president. So that the way the legislation is working, they're thinking of passing a younger age where you can actually run for legislation. So that's something to think about. Or you can run for a school board here in a couple of years. So, but congratulations. Thanks for coming, and thanks for everything you do for the students there at Centennial.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, I'll echo everything that's already been said, but congratulations. Really for me, congratulations for putting yourself out there for the greater good and your student body there at Centennial, and just thank you for your leadership and again, just being the best version of yourself every day. So looking forward to having you join us this evening.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the opportunity.
Absolutely.
Thank you, President Sandoval, members of the board. We have one additional recognition for you this evening. We are recognizing one of our exceptional teachers who recently received quite an esteemed award. Justin Davis, who is the engineering teacher at Peoria Unified's Met Professional Academy, was chosen to receive the 2022 Engineering in Education Excellence Award from the Arizona Society of Professional Engineers. For those who are not familiar with the Met Professional Academy, this is one of Peoria Unified's signature programs that is available to Peoria Unified juniors and seniors who wish to excel in the fields of medical, engineering, technology, bioscience, or coming soon, global business. Students who attend the Met Professional Academy work with industry partners to solve real-world problems, and they leave our district with an experience unlike any other, and in many cases, college credits, to really help propel them into those high-demand fields right here in Arizona. Mr. Davis is described by his peers as an outstanding example of leadership, stewardship, and excellence in education with a focus on STEAM. He was chosen to receive this prestigious award for his significant contributions to developing the future of the engineering profession through education and for inspiring his students right here in the Peoria Unified School District. He was nominated by Chris Lemke, a civil engineer from the city of Peoria, who is one of the business partners that works with the engineering students at the Met Professional Academy. We've invited Mr. Lemke here tonight. We'd like him to share just a little bit about Mr. Davis, why he nominated him for this award, and then, of course, we are going to introduce you to Mr. Davis. Mr. Lemke?
Welcome, sir.
Good evening, President Sandoval and the board. It's an honor and a pleasure for me to be here to talk about the reasons why I nominated Justin Davis for this award. And so the award itself was presented by the Arizona Society of Professional Engineers. So those are a society of engineers are registered in the state of Arizona to practice engineering, primarily civil, but some mechanical and other disciplines. And so the recognition is not just from me, but other professionals in our area that does professional engineering in the state of Arizona. And so the reason why I nominated Justin is I worked with him for 3 years at the Met Academy. And the feedback that I receive from my peers when I invite them to come judge presentations from the students or work with the students was that every one of them says they wish they had a similar program when they were in high school. And to couple with that is they say they didn't even get this type of education with their undergrad degree, civil engineering at ASU. Primarily, most people went to ASU. And so Justin is excelling so well that he's recognized by the peers, my peers, other civil engineers, of creating a curriculum that rivals engineering students at a college. And so I thought that was one of the main reasons why I wanted to nominate him. But I had to get letters and recommendations, and so I asked some folks, and it was easy. And I was able to get 4, one myself and 3 others. And these aren't the whole letters, they're just excerpts of the letters. And I think it'd be prudent to just read this off real quick to give you an idea what other folks thought about Justin and why they thought he was worthy of this award. The first one, I'm not going to mention the student's name, but it is a current student at one of the Peoria Unified School District. Because as a student, this is a public meeting, I'm not going to say his name. But he said, Justin has had a life-changing impact on my academic and professional career, and I attribute my recent success on these fronts to his influence. The second quote I'd like to share with you is from Young Kaprowski, who owns her own business. She's a civil engineer. She's also a council member in the town of Gilbert. And Young said, I believe his students succeed and excel in his program because 1, he truly cares about each student and coaches them individually based on their strengths and weaknesses. 2, he's authentic and humble. And 3, experience and learning for a lifetime success is prioritized over point-in-time achievement. I got 2 more. One is from a parent, because parents is part of the journey, right? And I thought, well, if I could reach out to a parent, let's see if a parent will help me with the nomination. And this parent was happy to do so. She said, his ability to connect with his students is truly magnetic. His talent to engage with them when teaching or encouraging them to be brave when it comes to public speaking, resume writing, reviewing professional social media conduct, and when working on their special projects is truly superior. And lastly, I have my excerpt that I wrote. I wrote a letter of recommendation. And I said, Justin is responsible for introducing new engineering concepts and disciplines to students that have never been exposed to the subject. Justin is essentially the first person to recruit talent into our profession. And that's important because engineering, we don't have enough talent coming to engineering, and Justin is paramount to help recruit new talent to replace folks who are retiring, but there's a deficit, and the MET program with Justin helps fulfill some of those needs. So with that being said, I'm going to hand it back over to.
Thank you, Mr. Lemke. And as you can see, our partnership with Mr. Lemke and the City of Peoria is just one of the many experiences our students from the Met get to engage in through the work Mr. Davis is doing. I think it's about time we show you who he is and introduce Mr. Davis, invite him and his students up, and if we would, please all give him a round of applause for this award.
I also have an alumni here tonight. So they're very influential in my program as well. So I wanted to bring all these people up here because it takes this to make what I do work. 100%. It is not me. I'm the one that's gotten all the recognition, but them. It's them. Truly is them. So if you have any questions.
Is that the mic drop? Have any questions?
Yeah.
Well, welcome everybody. Mr. Davis, congratulations. Well deserved. I've attended many of the events that you put on and where your students have presented with the City of Peoria. So Mr. Lemke, thank you for your partnership and giving our students those opportunities to really that really enhance the student experience as it relates to in this case engineering. So that said, questions, comments? Ms. Hill?
Well, I think it's so appropriate that you're getting this award just from the few words that you spoke, that this is really all about the kids. And you be a teacher I'd want to have, and I don't do engineering. It's not my area of expertise. But some of the best teachers I've had, were paleontology teachers and things like that, just wholly out of my scope. But loved the class because the teacher was so amazing and just really gave and poured into the lives of all the students in the classroom. And I just love to hear stories about teachers that have really given it all. And of course, you most certainly deserve this award. Definitely. And part of that, like I said, is just your love for, pouring back into your students. And it just speaks volumes. And we're just so proud of you. Congratulations. Thank you so much for everything you do. And thank you all for showing up today to support your teacher. That's fantastic. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mrs. Hill. Dr. Sorensen?
Yeah, positions like this are always interesting. It's not always a great fit to find people who know the industry to come in and teach, because teaching is a lot harder than I think people think from the outside. So to see someone transition as well as you have to kind of marry that industry knowledge with the education and the impact that you've had is just so impressive. So I'm just, thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sorensen. Mrs. Rooks?
Yes, first of all, I want to say thank you to your team too, because I know that teamwork is a big part of that. So all of you, congratulations, and thank you for just helping those students and putting them forward for our future. My husband's in an engineer program, so I know he would be really happy to hear this too. So congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Rooks. Mrs. Ewing?
Congratulations. I did get an opportunity to see your facility, tour it, and be a part of those meetings. Amazing everything you and your students do there. It's an amazing program, amazing facility. I appreciate all of your hard work with these students and all of the really interesting, neat projects they're working on as well. So thank you so much, and congratulations. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just, I guess, piggyback on what everybody said and what I said earlier. But to your students and your alumni, our alumnus, he's back there somewhere, there he is. I mean, to you, just great job on, just the great work and your dedication to, I always say being the best version of yourself every day. But I think also, when I was at some of those presentations and to see how everybody worked together from a collaborative perspective and your ability to get through projects design-wise from conception to fruition, right? And in a way that just really displays a lot of those human skills that are so invaluable as you leave the walls at Peoria Unified. So just, thank you for being who you are and part of Peoria's finest. And again, Mr. Davis, it's just what you do every day to inspire students and lift them up and give them that platform to dream big. Really appreciate it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Welcome. Okay, moving on to 6.2, board comments. Mrs. Hill?
I just want to thank everyone who came today. It means a lot that you all showed up and that you are giving your comments and you're letting us know your thoughts. That means the world, and it does have an impact. And I'm glad that you all came. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Hill. Dr. Sorensen?
No, sir.
Mrs. Rooks?
Yes, I do have a few comments. Train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it. Proverbs 22:6. I wanted to give a shout out to the Liberty High School varsity cheer on winning Arizona varsity cheer state competition, and they are currently going to nationals this weekend, so good luck. I want to say thank you to the Cheyenne Elementary and Sunrise Mountain High School for the tours that I had this week. I enjoyed visiting both schools and was very impressed with one of the teachers I met was Mr. O for the band at Cheyenne Elementary. I liked his learning approaches with the students. And also, I was happy to see Sunrise Mountain High School again and to be able back on those hallways. And I remember a few people that I saw from there, so that was cool to see them. I wanted to say thank you to the 2 students and Mr. Setka at Sunrise for giving me that tour. And I would like to see some of the concerns that was brought forward to me during my tour was the parking lot. Their parking lot is just totally torn up, so I'd like to see that. I want to say thank you to the staff and Ms. Jacob at Peoria Flex Academy. I was able to attend the Unity Day last Friday, and that was a really great experience. And Ms. Jacob was very welcoming and showing me the campus. So thank you for that. I have one more thing that I think is important to say. I'm disappointed on some of the things I'm hearing from some parents, some staff on the direction of not supporting areas like reading interventionists, teacher aides, and more SRO officers on campuses. I want to see these supports in our budget a priority. We apparently have teachers sitting in front of bathrooms at Cactus High School during their lunch period to monitor students to make sure they're not doing drugs in the bathrooms. I have heard, from parents that there are social workers talking to their kids without their knowledge. That's also disheartening. I think that we need to start prioritizing supporting the teachers and the students in the classroom in their academic needs, and then providing that safety with SRO officers. And I'd like to say that we are a school district. We're not a doctor's office. We're not a medical board. And again, I have to say that how can any of us sit in this room as adults with police officers protecting us, but yet not make the first priority of safety with bringing SRO officers at every school to protect children with this Arizona School Safety Grant? Why are we not including the community, the parents, the staff, in these type of decisions that we are making on their behalf? And whether this grant is for SROs, social workers, or counselors, in my opinion, it should be included with the board, with the community, with the teachers, the parents, everybody should be included in that process. And I'm really disappointed that we are not getting that chance and that opportunity. So thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ricks. Mrs. Ewing?
First off, I have a question as far as order. Underneath board comments, I was told that that's our opportunity to talk about what we've been doing as a board member and so forth. And so the concerns, if we want something brought, shouldn't be underneath this line item. So I'm just asking for clarification on that, just to make sure.
Yeah, I think, thank you for that. And Dr. Reynolds, I don't know if you want to chime in. These were our
We can provide the
conversations.
board.
Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. I just for clarification for my own understanding. Okay. So Peoria Flex Academy, I know that Mrs. Hill and Mrs. Rooks were able to get out there and tour their facilities. Ms. Rooks, I must have missed her when I was out there, but they did a Unity Day out there. It was a phenomenal event. Can't say enough accolades about Mrs. Jacobs there, the principal. She's amazing. I got a chance to talk to the social worker on all of the things that social worker does to give those students a different trajectory in their life, for things like helping to make sure those students, if they don't know where their social security card is, to get a job, if they don't know where their birth certificate is, to get a job. She does all of those things. So thank you so much for all of those things that she does that makes a difference in actually helping those kids get a job. And sometimes they're even supporting their own families through their jobs. So amazing program down there, and amazing staff, amazing students. I did get a chance today. I went out to, I was at Kellis touring their campus. So I got a chance to talk to the principal there and see their campus, and also Alta Loma. So that was great. And then I also had an opportunity to attend the new board orientation through our Maricopa County Superintendent Steve Watson. So that was great, very informative there as well. So Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ewing. Yeah, I just have a few items. I just want to thank the Navy for coming out there at Sunrise Mountain High School. They went to Ironwood. They had this really cool, just a virtual experience for our students, and giving our students another just view of really what can be, from a career perspective. So it was pretty elaborate. I mean, I got to experience it and actually go through the tour and actually captain a boat, which was kind of neat and kind of fun, but just a great experience. That those two campuses hosted that, and that they came out and gave the students a great experience. And again, some knowledge of life after Peoria Unified. There's that. I know we've got our basketball teams, soccer teams all doing well, which is fantastic. It's always great to see our student athletes thrive. So that said, I mean, I definitely want to give a shout out to all of our coaches and their staff, their teams, all the teachers and admin that attend the games, work the games. Obviously, there's the cheerleaders, et cetera. But I mean, our coaches to really lead those individuals, in a way that grows them, developmentally, from I said it earlier with the engineering, I guess, recognition that we had, is just providing another perspective of what, collaboration means. We get it in the classroom without question, but, when you see it come to life, on the court, with our players and the successes that they realize as a result of, their ability to play together, and think critically out there is just amazing. So thank you to our coaches on that. Last thing, I did attend the Unity Day at Peoria Flex, and this is my fourth year. Thank you. It's just it just continues to amaze me. Not only the day itself, but how that day is really a reflection of what our teachers and staff do on that site on behalf of those students. And those students are amongst our most vulnerable. And to, restore and recover and really give those students, a sense of hope, as they go through those classrooms. It's just amazing. I mean, I don't know if it was the first year, but there are scholarship dollars that are being awarded to Peoria Flex seniors, which is fantastic. And these are individuals who, at one point were, not doing well in school and maybe didn't have that hope that they do now. And it's just so inspiring. I mean, for me, I talk about how we as a district meet our students where they're at. And there's no doubt that Peoria Flex Academy does that on a daily basis. So thank you for everyone who is part of that village there at Peoria Flex. And that is it for me. Dr. Reynolds.
Thank you, President Sandoval, Governing Board, Cabinet, and guests. At our last meeting in early February, we recognized Ethan Greenwood from Coyote Hills Elementary School as our District Spelling Bee winner. We are excited to share that this past week he won the Regional Spelling Bee and is now moving on to the State Bee in March. So we're so excited to hear about his progress, and I'll certainly keep you posted on how he does next month. We'd also like to recognize Alex Ammerman and Alexis Steen, sophomores at Sunrise Mountain High School. They were chosen to have their student film called Dream Paradox shown at the Phoenix Film Festival on April 1st, and we wish them the best of luck. As we know, this is an exciting event for aspiring filmmakers. Our winter season is filled, as many of you have already mentioned, is filled with many athletic activities, and I'm proud to share that we have a number of state champions in our midst. Congratulations to the following schools, teams, and students for their achievements. Liberty High School, the girls Division I wrestling team won the state championship. Individual winners include Taylor Colangelo, Bella Bocanegra, who, by the way, is a 3-time state champion, and Bridget Sotomayor. And as Ms. Rooks alluded to, Liberty's cheer team was also named the Arizona Varsity Show State Championship. State champions. So congratulations to them. Ironwood High School, their boys Division II wrestling team won the state championship. Individuals include Marco Rivera Kane, 3-time state champion, Pablo Macias, 2-time state champion, and a freshman, Julian Macias, which is really impressive. So congratulations to them. Other Peoria Unified Wrestling individual state champions include Raymond S. Kellis athlete Colby Ryan and Peoria High School athlete Nalise Zagiri. So congratulations to them. Centennial High School was named the 2022-2023 Division II All-Girls Stunt State Champions for the 3rd consecutive year. And Sunrise Mountain High School was selected to receive this year's 5A Girls Sportsmanship Soccer Sportsmanship Award. This is given out annually to a school that exhibits the highest level of sportsmanship throughout the season, and they'll be recognized by the AIA on February 25th. We know that there are lots of other athletic events going on, maybe as we speak, if our team was able to make it north. But we'll keep you updated on their success. So we'll report out additional updates. Lastly, this week I had the opportunity to attend the Peoria Independence Hometown Heroes Luncheon, where 2 of our incredible staff members were honored. I'd like to say congratulations to Mr. Elmer Kobos and Mr. Skinny Hill. That's a nickname. But Mr. Skinny Hill for all they do, not just for the students at Peoria High School, but for the students of our community, and want to thank Phil Haldeman from the Peoria Independent for hosting that event. So thank you to all. This is a busy time. We're super excited about the accomplishments of our students, but Mr. Sandoval, you also pointed out how important our support staff and our teachers are, and our parents are to their success. So that concludes the comments for this evening.
Yeah, thank you for that. Quick question, though. The student athlete, female student athlete at Peoria High School, was she the first female state champion wrestler at Peoria High or as a district? Do you recall? I don't know. That's awesome.
Yeah.
There you go. Thank you, sir. All right, moving on to section 7, public comment. Request to address the governing board regarding matters not included on the agenda. So I know I read the rules of conduct earlier, but I know we have a few faces in the room, so I'll do it once again. The board president shall keep control of the meeting and require the speakers and the audience to refrain from abusive or profane remarks, disruptive outbursts, applause, protests, or other conduct which disrupts or interferes with the orderly conduct of the business of the meeting. Personal attacks on board members, staff, or members of the public are not allowed. It is inappropriate to utilize a public hearing, the public comment segment, or any other agenda items for the purpose of making political speeches. Engaging in such conduct and failing to cease such conduct upon request of the presiding officer will be grounds for ending a speaker's time at the podium or for the removal of any disruptive person from the meeting room at the direction of the board president. That said, as always, we will spend 30 minutes on public comment, 3 minutes per commenter. We do have a pretty good stack, so we'll go through them and get through as many as we can. Real quickly, one thing I know when we have public comment or have individuals present, we talk about all the celebrations in the district. There are names mentioned, but when we're getting into conversations that may be, I guess, deemed as personal attacks, I would ask a favor of really focusing on the issue and the concern versus the person. I think that'll help us get through this in a very respectful and civil way. So thank you for that. That said, our first public comment comes from Ms. Courtney Siebert. Welcome.
Hello. Good evening. board members, and Dr. Reynolds. My name is Courtney Siebert, and I am a teacher in the district, but tonight I am here as a parent. While I can acknowledge that there are some very real issues in the district, things we all know about, teacher recruitment, meaningful parent and community involvement, pay, all of those things. I know these things are very real and very important, but I'm just here to talk about the good things going on at Desert Valley Elementary, because I'm not sure we're spending enough time celebrating our schools. We have such great teachers, administrators, students, and organizations all across this whole district, and I think it's high time that I publicly acknowledge the amazing things that are happening at my kids' school. First, and frankly, probably most importantly to a lot of the parents in here, the pickup line at Desert Valley. The ladies who are in charge of that parent pickup line, holy smokes, they could train Chick-fil-A. They're out there, they've got kids, they've got cars, they got megaphones, they're hugging, they're high-fiving, and it's happening in like 10 minutes or less. So pretty impressive. It's happening whether it's 110 degrees out or whether it's raining, and for that I really am grateful, and I'm sure many of the parents in here can appreciate that. My kids are in 2nd and 3rd grade, and their teachers really are just some of the best humans I've ever met, inside and outside of the classroom. I see these women playing gaga ball on the playground, they're playing tag on the playground, and then they go into their classrooms and they teach like nobody's business. They have academic growth that's unmatched, they have fun, and they have kids who want to go to school. This should be celebrated like that. I mean, it's pretty amazing. I spend a lot of hours on their campus. I'm a member of the PTSA and I'm on their site council, and I simply love the place. They're loving, they're inclusive, they're supportive, and they're growing members of my community who we could all be proud of. Not to mention their principal was up here just a couple weeks ago getting their A label. It just goes to show that what they're doing at that school works. I believe there they call it the DV difference. I'm a proud product of this district. I'm a proud teacher in this district, but most of all, I think I might be the most proud Desert Valley parent there is in this district. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Siebert. Next public comment comes from Ms. Marcy Robb.
Good evening. This is probably one of my least favorite things to do, is talk in front of people, but I do want to say I'm not representing anybody but myself. I talk to parents all the time, I talk to board members, I talk to fellow teachers, I talk to kids. And I just would really like us to be on the same page and not arguing with each other about we need this, we need that. Let's talk about it. So I think we pride ourselves on being a data-based, data decision-making district, and I think we need to look at that. I absolutely adore our SRO. He takes on, he coaches, he's out there with kids, he high-fives, he'd dance, he'd do whatever he needs to do. But that's not really his role. He's not being a police officer, he's being a mentor. He's being something that those kids can actually relate to. And so when I started looking at stats, and I did this for myself, there are 3,703 kids that attempt suicide every single day in the United States, and those are kids of school age. Over 22% of high school kids say they have considered suicide. So when I look at that and I look at SROs, and I think, what do we need on our campus? SROs are extremely important, especially in the high schools. But when we look at the elementary schools, they need counselors. They need social workers. They need people who can prevent this stuff from happening. If you look at Dylan Klebold's mom, she was the mom of one of the shooters at Columbine. She has a book called A Mother's Reckoning. She talks about looking back on things, she can see all kinds of signs. That if she would have known, if there were people on that campus who could have helped their students, we could have maybe prevented this. And that's really what the SROs do. They don't come in with their guns flying. They come in and they try to teach kids how to behave so they can learn. And so looking at that, I just want you to know that I looked at a bunch of information on how we get SROs. I was unaware of this entire process. When we look at this, when I talked to my SRO, he said, you know, there are kids who come into school with one parent and they do great. They come in with a grandparent, they do great. They come in a foster home, they do great. There's some kids that have to have two parents to do great. There's some kids that have to have 2 parents and a teacher to do great, and so on. That includes our social workers, our principals, our counselors, and everybody else. It takes a village. It really, truly takes a village. There's multiple tiers that we have that we can actually help with. When I look at the stats, one of the things about SROs, and Ms. Rooks, I wanted to talk to you because I know we've had kind of a discussion about this. This is something I didn't know, and I don't know if you know this. If you are applying for an officer, the team must consist of, at a minimum, a school principal, assistant principal, a school safety program officer, a school prevention coordinator, and/or a school mental behavior health specialist. If you are applying for a school
Ms. Ryan.
officer, you have to have
I
him
apologize.
teach a class at your school for the new grant.
Thank you for your time. Next public comment comes from Ms. Danielle Padilla.
I want to thank the board, the superintendent, and PUSD leadership for everyone that doing the best that they can for the kids. I appreciate it when I see the school board members at the schools and at these events. I'm a proud product of Peoria District. I have 2 kids in the district, and I sit on local and state boards that support public education, including sitting on committees for this district. I want to share my appreciation for the opportunities in this district, from the MET programs to teachers' involvement in after-school and out-of-time programs. I appreciate the variety of CTE programs to help prepare our kids for life. I appreciate the SROs, the social workers, the coaches, the club sponsors, and all the caring adults that research shows increases learning, attendance, and graduation. We also know that if the kids' basic needs are not met, then they cannot focus and be successful in the classroom. I appreciate the administration, teachers, and staff at Ironwood High School, and who find a way to make sure to support things that will benefit the students. I'm amazed to see how many teachers go to events and campuses to watch and support their students after their time. I've been lucky enough to see the students excited to see the staff at their event, and then the next day when they see the kids and they're like, "You were at my event," and they're like, "Yeah, we saw each other and talked about it then." But the kids get very excited. I appreciate the dedication of the teachers and how they create a safe and exciting environment for my daughter to learn and grow at Marshall Ranch. As a parent, I have a choice of schools and a district, and I appreciate PUSD. I believe that I am most appreciative about that when there's a shortfall, that I have found that the staff works to find out out-of-the-box solutions and to make sure that my students and my kids are successful. I want to thank you to my kids' teachers, the administration, the district, and the board.
Thank you, Ms. Padilla. All right, next public comment comes from Ms. Becky Smith.
I just will keep it short and sweet, but I do understand what Marcy's saying. We need to teach to the whole child, and I'm hoping that those resources can be met through maybe referrals to counselors and therapists, but I do think I looked at the occupancy in here, it's 140 people, and we usually have 2 officers, and now we have 3. So it just strikes me as odd that we need 3 police officers here protecting everybody that's in this room, but our schools don't get that same protection. And coming from a law enforcement family, I feel like if there's a way to make that happen, then we should look into that, because you can't teach students who aren't walking on the earth anymore. So you can't meet those needs if they're not here. And then I just wanted to say that I hope that that the Title IX thing can be added to the next agenda so we can come to a resolution, because I think we've waited too long on that. So I hope that's added to the next agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Next public comment comes from Ms. Christina Rogers. Okay. Okay, thank you. Next public comment comes from Mr. Yakov.
Good evening. I do like hearing the positivity and the good things that are happening in our campuses and our district. Unfortunately, I think it's also important to hold teachers, staff, professional staff accountable. So I want to bring some awareness to an issue that I was aware of recently. And I will sanitize it so that way it's publicly appropriate here. So I learned of a situation at an elementary school in our district where a student had suspicion of a teacher engaging in rule-breaking and potential criminal behavior. This wasn't just hearsay, but direct evidence, which I have seen. When the teacher found out that the student had this, he tried to intimidate the student in getting rid of the evidence, which was not done by the student. The principal then followed up with the family and asked them to get rid of the evidence. When asked if the principal would like to see the evidence, the principal declined and said just to delete it. The student was subsequently punished for coming forward with what they believed was the right thing to do. When it was clear the issue was not going to be not simply go away, the teacher quickly submitted their resignation and was swiftly approved by the board, even after allegations were brought forward to the school's attention. To be fair, the situation unfolded so quickly, the board itself may not have been aware of all the facts because of situations at the school level to bury the issue. It seems like the school wanted to sweep this under the rug as quickly as possible. I understand this teacher has now applied for another district. Need I remind the district that all staff and teachers are considered mandatory reporters. It is a crime not to report situations like this based on the allegation alone. This is a blatant failure and a violation of law with zero accountability on any level. I'd be happy to follow up with anybody on the board or Dr. Reynolds with specifics, but I believe that personnel who resign while under any suspicion of allegation brought forward at any level in the organization needs to be classified as a differently and possibly reported to the Department of Education. It should be the commitment of this board to impress upon administrators and schools that all the rules need to be followed and intimidation tactics against students and parents will not be tolerated. I'm hoping to come up with a mechanism or a solution with the board to allow the board access to vital information quicker before any staff resigns under potential allegations of wrongdoing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yakov. Next public comment comes from Ms. Elizabeth Fisher. Ms. Fisher? Ms. Fisher in the lobby? Okay. Next public comment comes from Mr. Josh Gray.
Good evening again, President Sandoval, members of the board, Dr. Reynolds and staff and guests. First of all, I'm very glad to hear about the positivity also that's going on in this district. We all, as parents, choose this district to send our kids to, so we know it's a great district. It's not without its problems, but you know, it's a great district, so I want more of that to be celebrated. I'm really tired of, I mentioned this earlier, but I'm really tired of having to talk about the restrooms. The district has much more pressing issues, but I can't stand idly by when kids are attacked with bigotry and demonized. Trans kids are attacked both physically and emotionally at a rate much higher than cisgender students, and comments from adults in this district that make them out to be deviants are not helping. I've been quoted a couple times recently up here, and I'll say it again. There is zero evidence that trans students pose a risk to cisgender students when using the same facilities. But to hear them tell it, every girl in the district is at risk if you allow it. I have a daughter that I love. My daughter goes to this district. I'm not worried about her using the restroom with a trans student, and neither is she. And I have to call BS when folks say that their concerns aren't rooted in transphobia, because at the same breath they talk about how they are afraid for their daughters because of trans students. That's by definition transphobia. I understand, we're not supposed to make political statements up here, which is difficult, but I have to call out when members of this very board are inviting anti-LGBTQIA+ activists from outside the district to these board members, and as a founding member of a political group that attacks both parents and teachers in our district online. Recently, they even attacked me because the officers here at board meetings were worried for my safety. I didn't ask them to escort me to my vehicle, but they were concerned for my safety, so they did. That says a lot about how the meetings have gone in this district and a lot about the environment that's been allowed to fester here in these board meetings. So one thing that was brought up at recent board meetings, President Sandoval, was that you suggested more ethics training. And I wholeheartedly think that you should pursue that because it's highly needed based upon what's been happening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gray. Next public comment comes from Tressa Rappold. Did I get your last name right?
Yep, thank you.
Perfect.
Good evening, Dr. Reynolds, President Sandoval, board members, cabinet, and community. My name is Tressa, and my pronouns are she, her. My message tonight is simple. The Peoria Unified School District and all of our campuses and buildings should be safe places where no one is discriminated against. Our students should be able to relax, learn, and grow no matter their identity. That includes our trans and non-binary students, as well as our trans and non-binary staff. Discriminating against people is wrong. Deliberately misgendering people is wrong. We do not have to reinvent the wheel. Many organizations have already put thought into the question of bathrooms and the question of pronouns. I've already exchanged emails with some of you about such organizations. Please consider consulting with them so that as a district we are sure we are not mistreating people who are already vulnerable. Universities, places of business, and even many school districts are already showing us how it's done. Peoria needs to be a leader and needs to be on the right side of history with this. We need a clear policy of non-discrimination. We need to educate our staff and students about these issues. One of our elementary schools was spray painted over the weekend with hate speech and slurs directed towards the LGBT community. This is but one example of the mistreatment of our LGBT students and staff. We need to do better as families, as parents, as a community, and as a district. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rappold. Next public comment comes from Mr. Matt George. Matt George. All right, thank you. All right, it looks like this next public comment comes from Mr. Kyle Frey.
Good evening all, President Sandoval, members of the board. Just wanted to come up in terms of, again, I'm a father. I represent 3 kids in this district, and they've had a very good experience. One's still at Ira Murphy. The other 2 have moved on from Ira Murphy into Centennial and are having a wonderful experience there, despite the pandemic. But I wanted to just, with regards to SRO officers, personally not against the idea of SRO officer, but like being put into the schools. However, it shouldn't be the first move. I think counseling, social work should come first before those are considered. I've worked with police in Tempe, in Glendale, and Phoenix, and working with officers hand in hand, it can be a great experience. You can work with them, learn. So people have mentioned mentoring, all the things that can be good from that can be a good thing for students to experience. However, I don't think it should be priority 1. If you can address the other things first, be it the counseling and the social work, that should be the priority when it comes to supporting our students. I can't speak any more eloquently than anyone else said about those things already, or situations with bathroom concerns. Just once again, I think we should approach it from a place of kindness. If there are those of us who are asking for bathrooms only to be for a certain person and that the other person should have to go to the nurse's office, you should see that there's a conflict there. You're asking the same exact thing. You're asking for the same exact consideration. So it leads me more down a path of trying to explore ways to create spaces where there are non-gender assigned bathrooms, if possible, in cases where it is possible to have that. It's not something that can happen immediately, of course, but if there was a way to do it, I think that it would be important to explore that as an option. But I think I'll leave it there and move on to others. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Frey. Next public comment comes from Ms. Laura Tepison.
Board members, Dr. Reynolds, and guests. Daring leadership is ultimately about serving other people, not ourselves. That's why we choose courage. I'm here with a strategic planning and with a reality check. Title IX. I dare you to find solutions. When something goes wrong, individuals and teams are rushing into ineffective or unsustainable solutions rather than staying with problem identification and solving it promptly. When we fix the wrong thing for the wrong reason, the same problem continues to surface. It's costly and demoralizing. Don't give to one by taking from others. That's not the solution. So Liberty High School was in the news before. So since I represent a large group of families with children who will be attending high schools in Peoria, I would like to make a couple of comments. I wish the admin at the school level received the proper assistance when facing roadblocks, namely training, guidance to identify specific courage-building skill set to successfully address and classify accordingly those issues. Furries, bathrooms for special needs, special accommodations, and even the wolf that just came. So that's for you to see what is actually happening there. If it's a joke, it's a joke. I'm just saying we keep hearing these things. They need to be addressed somehow. Well, too much shame and blame, not enough accountability and learning. I don't place it on the board or Dr. Reynolds. I'm going now to the schools because some of these issues must be resolved by the people in charge. So one thing for sure, or maybe there are things we cannot know, rightfully so, because of the confidentiality laws. One thing for sure, the focus must be the students. Many students across the districts, state, don't like school, have behavior issues serious enough to drive teachers away, lack of parenting, low morale of teachers, heavy traffic of in and out substitutes. Now I give myself a permission to be tough. There is a reset strategic plan that must be observed with tasks and deadlines. Before any community connectedness, there must be a community reset, a parent community reset. Last board meeting was disappointing. Half of it was dedicated to one board member in particular. The few who were asking for no more divisiveness continue it. The line of questioning or comments was observed. President stated clearly what is allowed or not on the public comments or board comments for that matter. Don't mention God or read a verse is not part of it. Now, this is not a church, but even the ones who attacked the verse stood up and pledged allegiance unto God and voiced it too. Under God, indivisible, while there is no other group more divided than this one. It is such a disconnect and double standard.
Thank you, Ms. Tepison. I appreciate your time. All right, we have two final public comments. This second to last one comes from Mr. Chad Fisher. Okay, thank you. All right, last public comment comes from Ms. Trina Berg. Welcome, Ms. Berg.
Good evening, President Sandoval, members of the board, Dr. Reynolds, cabinet, guests. My name is Trina Berg.
I am a teacher and a parent in this district. I also choose to send my son to Desert Valley, and I cannot say anything more than Courtney already said. It is the most amazing place. His teachers are fantastic. He absolutely loves going to school. The administration there is amazing. I've already told him we're going to be gone next Friday. We're like planning something. We're not there. And his first words to me were, I don't really want to miss school for a day. I love that as a teacher, but like every now and then we got to miss school. So I just, again, we have some of the most amazing schools in this district. I know you guys talked all kinds of things during your comments about things that are happening in the district. But a few more things. We have at Ironwood the Regional Coach of the Year for our basketball team, our boys basketball team. They did phenomenal. Many of our seniors were named regional something or rather, some award that they got, regional team, regional defensive player of the year, like all kinds of things. We have had a ridiculous, I love it, number of things coming to our campus. Not only the Army and the Navy, but we've had job fairs. We have people coming in from ASU doing presentations, like I think every Friday. Our career center is just phenomenal. We're overflowing with things, and our kids are noticing that, and they're talking about it, and they're like coming back in from lunch after they've been at these lunch job fairs and showing us all these things. And I mean, one of them gave like toothbrushes, and I can't even say how much I love that. My kids came in with a toothbrush. So there's just so many amazing things happening in this district. I don't think we should ever stop talking about all the positives. Yes, we have issues, just like every district out there, and there are things that we need to do. Ms. Ricks, I don't disagree with you at all that we, like, as a teacher, we would love to have more resources to help us, but we are also looking at a massive teacher shortage, and when you can't even fill the classrooms with certified teachers, finding reading support interventionists is almost impossible because those people have to become classroom teachers because we can't keep filling classrooms with non-certified people because then our kids get up to high school and they haven't had a math teacher in 3 years. So, like, some of these supports we would like to have them, but the situation in our society right now is not providing those to us. Also, I beg you to look at the budget and tell me where is that going to come from? We don't pay our people enough now, and that's not the fault of the district. If anyone has looked at budgets, it's me. Up and down for years and years and years, been on the budget committee. We have just a shortage of dollars, and unfortunately our representative voted no even on lifting the AEL, and that's a problem because when that is not even lifted, we can't even spend the money that we have. So just keep focusing on the positive. The negative things or the issues that we're having, we will get them solved, but we have to stop bothering each other about everything. People are fallible. If one makes a mistake, one should do one's best to rectify it and resolve any harm that may have been caused. And we all need to do better about that because we all have said things and done things that are not conducive to solving problems.
Thank you, Ms. Berg. Appreciate your time. All right, that concludes this evening's public comment. We had no items removed from the consent agenda, so we'll now move down to section 10, action items. 10.1, school social worker, school counselor / mental health, updated job description and initial salary schedule. We do have a number of public comments tied to this particular line item, so as always, we will listen to the district, public comment, and then board member questions, comments. Okay. Ms. Vesely, welcome.
Good evening, President Sandoval, members of the board. Tonight I bring before you an opportunity to continue the work of our social workers through the Arizona Department of Education's grant opportunities. We currently have 22 social workers that have provided services to our schools. We have 22 FTE positions right now. Arizona Department of Education's grant has just reopened, and so those 22 employees need to be renewed. So the purpose of this agenda item tonight is to bring forth an initial salary schedule that helps support to attract social workers to our district through the ADE grant. When we brought this item 3 years ago and the ADE grant first opened, we had to choose either a social worker or we had to choose a counselor or we had to choose an SRO. Since that time, after the first year, ADE did open it up to then allow social workers and or counselors, and they both have master's degrees, they both have to have Arizona Department of Ed certificates. So in order to attract, we are asking that the board approve tonight an initial salary schedule as well as a job description that includes both social workers and school counselors' mental health for the purpose of the ADE grant. Again, this is ADE grant funded. It is not a district level position that will be funded out of M&O. It's to support the 22 social workers that we currently have in our district. And we have 17 schools on board right now to move forward and request social workers in their schools as well. This agenda item is not for discussion or for the purposes to discuss whether or not we need to have an SRO or whether or not we need to have a social worker. It is simply to take the initial salary schedule and the job description to the board for approval. And as part of human resources, what we have to do when schools go out for grants through the Arizona Department of Education and we are approved, we have to support that position with job descriptions and salary schedule. So that is the purpose tonight. And with that information, I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Vesely. So what we'll do now is we'll listen to public comment, call you back up for board members' questions and comments.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. All right, once again, we have 3 minutes per commenter. I will not read our public rules of conduct again, but this first public comment comes from Ms. Jenna Lebrandi.
Good evening again, members of the board, President Sandoval, Clerk Rooks, Dr. Reynolds. I am speaking today, unfortunately, in opposition of funding the hiring of more social workers in Peoria. I would first like to begin by noting that I do actually have a firsthand account of working with directly social workers in Peoria. I actually, during my time as a student at Frontier Elementary School, I was assigned to one to help manage my anxiety disorder that had developed as a result of the bullying that I experienced that year. This was the only help that I received to handle the results of the bullying that really had spiraled me into just a lot of mental health issues that I had that school year. So when I was first assigned to that social worker to have them help me, I was actually super excited, and so were my parents. I was thankful that I was finally being noticed and that I was being looked out for by my school because I just kind of felt abandoned for a very long time. However, I once learned, once I came to that classroom for the first time, that the help provided to me, or what that would be provided to me, was in the form of a DVD for breathing exercises that was catered to second graders. That was what was given to me as a 6th grade student with 2 other middle school age students every single week. So I would like to make this clear. I understand why many people argue for the need for social workers in the classroom. I really do, because kids face anxiety, depression, suicidal thoughts, and other mental health issues that I experience too. And they deal with them today more than ever before. So I can absolutely agree that we need to bring forward measures that help fix that. However, what I don't understand is why we are looking to hire more social workers when problems surrounding bullying, mental health, violence, and drug abuse on campus are not being properly addressed or resolved and haven't for several years. The problems that I dealt with at Frontier happened 7 years ago, and I can assure you that I was not a special case. I heard from dozens of students who have been victims of violence, bullying, or drug abuse on campus and have not been helped and never were helped even after, until they graduated. If the efforts that were already put forward to solve this crisis have not made any progress to solve it, why would we put more money into them before we ask ourselves, why have they been failing for so many years? I would urge you all to put the hiring of these social workers at least on hold to investigate and ask yourself why the efforts we have already put forward have not done anything to solve this urgent problem already. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your time. Next public comment comes from Mr. Matt George.
Good evening, board members. Superintendent Reynolds, my daughter's still waiting for an apology. I'd like to start off with pointing out the lack of transparency this item represents on the agenda, leaving out crucial parts of what the school safety program covers. It's a shame you don't consider school safety as a priority, which is demonstrated by your actions. Per Arizona Revised Statute 15154, the school safety program is established within the Department of Education to support, promote, and enhance safe and effective learning environments for all students. by supporting the costs of placing school resource officers, juvenile probation officers, school counselors, and social workers on school campuses. So why do you leave out SROs from this agenda item? I can only think that the district would rather
Mr.
hire
Judge,
counselors.
I'm going to ask you to pause for a second. Kim, can you please mark his time so he gets that back? I just want to reiterate that this line item is for us to take a look at and improve the updated job description for our social workers and to approve the new initial salary schedule for the mental health professionals as presented. So,
Okay,
the items on, in call to the public are items that you can absolutely comment on that are not included on the agenda.
That's fine. While school counselors are undoubtedly an important resource for our students, it's clear the dangers present on our school campus require immediate attention, and action should be our top priority. SROs are specifically trained to address and prevent criminal activity on school grounds, which is a vital component for maintaining a safe learning environment for all students. There are several examples of where SROs could have came in and saved the day, and because there wasn't one there, and when did a counselor ever show up and stop an armed gunman? Never. I would urge the district to use the money that we have wisely and not just squander it on people that are going to push a left-wing ideology upon our children. Instead, we can have SROs on our campuses, which would come out of the same funds. And you happen to know that that is actual facts. And you guys have chosen to go down the counselor route, which that's fine. But how does that protect our children? We have a serious bullying problem. We have drug issues. A counselor is not going to go into the bathroom and stop people from doing drugs. But I can guarantee you, having an SRO on that campus will help protect the students. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. George. All right, next public comment comes from, I'm going to say, is it Rhonda Wong? Is that correct? Okay. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm a little nervous. I've never done this before, but I think it's very important that counselors are present at schools, but I think the SROs are kind of a little bit more of a step up. State funding does provide, money for counselors and things like that at our schools. We need more SROs. My daughter, my youngest, I have 6 children. My youngest is 15 and she's a student at Sunrise Mountain. 2 weeks ago on Wednesday, she was confronted by a student who was on probation. Just got her ankle monitor off, been at the school for a few weeks. But anyway, she approached my daughter in the bathroom, said she was going to fight her. My daughter knows that you don't back down, that you stand up and say, I'm not afraid. And she did that. Some other children heard. My daughter went to class. This other girl went to class. They reported it to the office. 3rd hour, lunch. My daughter was having a conversation with a few other students, and this girl sucker punched my daughter from the side. She was standing over here, hit my daughter, took her to the ground, and beat the crap out of her. It took about 25 to 30 seconds for a teacher to come to my daughter's aid. Thank God my daughter didn't have any life-threatening injuries. She was taken to the hospital. She did not have, a cracked skull like they thought she might. I think that it's time that we stop making excuses and turning a blind eye and ignoring what the problems are here. My daughter was bullied by this girl's close friend for the rest of the week. I pulled my daughter out of school last week until I got a restraining order, and I kept my victim child home for a week and kept her from her education to make a point that you guys are not keeping my daughter safe. And I'm sorry to allow this to happen, just makes me sick. You should have 20 officers on these damn campuses with some of these kids. They're evil. This girl beat the crap out of my daughter. I have a video. You're more than welcome to watch it. There were like 6 taken, and it was pre-planned. So please, I urge you, don't take away the officers that need to be here to protect our children. I keep getting told that my daughter is going to be protected and that she's safe at school, and I don't need to worry. And I pray I don't. I don't know. She's afraid to go to school. This is sickening. People are jerks. They're horrible. Please, if you want to protect our children, protect our children. Watch my videos. See what my daughter endured. She was not protected, and she was not kept safe. Thank you.
Thank you for your time, ma'am. Next public comment comes from Miss Becky Smith. Hey, Ms. Smith, I'm going to have you pause just for 1 second. I'm going to clarify something. I know this is on agendized. Ms. Vesley, again, this line item is about the job description and salary schedules, right, for our social workers and counselors.
That is correct.
Okay. And
it
I
is
guess
not an
I just
agenda
want to
item to
clarify,
discuss.
just with some of the comments that have come through around getting rid of SROs, that's not what we're talking about.
Absolutely not.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
And there is opportunity later on for those kinds of discussions, should the board choose to move forward with that. It is strictly a job description and initial salary schedule only. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
I think there's some confusion when they just saw the social worker counselor thing on the agenda. They thought that that was applying to the same topic.
I got you.
So it was a little confusing. I've been to many board meetings. It was confusing to me. It's her first time. So my comment is related to this. It is from a friend of mine who works in the school district. She could not be here, so she asked me to share this. She said she believes it should be a priority to bring certified staff to the salary that you are paying new certified hires. Teachers who came to PUSD 5 to 7 years ago were only given up to 5 of their previous year's experience. Shortly after that, the district bumped it up to honoring 7 years, which put some teachers behind salary-wise compared to new hires. That was a slap in the face to veteran teachers. Now we have new hires coming in right off the bat making $48,000 and with a master's degree approximately $50,000. That was a slap in the face to veteran teachers. Now we find out the district plans to increase the pay for social workers significantly. When will we see the certified staff move to a pay that is fair and equal to those that are coming over to PUSD? The commitment and loyalty that we teachers have given to the district has been ignored long enough. It's time to pay us what others are being paid. And so this is a direct correlation to teacher retention, which keeps coming up. When you have veteran teachers who've put in years and years of time and they're seeing new hires, or in this case, social workers or counselors coming in, making what I'm assuming based on her comment is close to the same amount of money or more than they are, it's disheartening for them as teachers. And it's gonna be a problem for veteran teachers, and that's gonna affect teacher retention, which is what everyone talks about. Like, you wanna make a fair wage and feel valued in your job. So that was a teacher in the district who asked me to share her comments and how she felt.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Next public comment comes from Sherry Sapir.
Good evening, President Sandoval, members of the board, Dr. Reynolds. Since you were more specific as to the line item, I would just like to address the job description of these social workers. You know, I printed this out of the National Association of School Psychologists email that we received. And I want to read a little bit. I have 3 minutes. I would like to just read a little bit of what this association is telling his psychologists and school psychologists do. And it's important when you guys do end up employing, and it doesn't matter if it's, you know, going to be instead of an SRO or in addition to, it is important that the schools understand that they are being told to be activists. And it's very clear from these emails, and I would just like to read a few items. The National Association of School Psychologists is committed to supporting ongoing dialogue and self-reflection about anti-racism, equity, diversity, inclusion, and social justice within the organization and the profession. Positive educational and social outcomes for all children and youth are possible only in a society and a school within it that guarantees equitable treatment to all people regardless of race, class, culture, language, gender, gender identity, religion, sexual orientation, nationality, citizenship, ability, and other dimensions of difference. Professional development for teachers and educators on privilege, racism, bias, and systematic racism is essential, but not because individuals individual educators or students are consciously racist, but to ensure that all students see themselves in the curriculum and identify and remedy the impact their individual bias may have on their students.
Ms. Sapir, I'm
Yes.
going to have to ask you if you can kind of circle back to the line item. I
So
would
the line
appreciate
item is, it's the job description of these individuals that are going to come to the students of your district and going to talk to them about anti-racism. And because that's the orders, the marching orders that they're receiving from the association that most of them belong to. This is the problem. We're not against helping children in crisis. We're not against helping with mental health issues, but the problem is that, like everything else, they've been infected with bias, with social justice issues, and I'm just alarming your community, because we've seen it time and again in other districts as well, that these individuals are coming in, they're surveying these children, they're relying that information to these associations, they're trying to impose their opinions and their social justice propaganda on the children, instead of really going and identifying the bullying, the drug abuse, the children that really do need help. In a perfect world, which we don't live in anymore, we would want SROs and counselors working together, saving each and every child in distress. But I can tell you right now, the more of them you're going to bring into your district, the more of this you're going to get. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Spear. Okay, looks like we have just 2 more public comments tied to this line item. And again, tied to this line item. Mr. Yakin. Welcome back, sir.
Hello. Based on some previous comments, it sounds like we should try and experiment and replace our officers here with social workers and see how that goes. But sticking to the line item, job description, and I'll tie this back into school resource officers, but the job description posted on the district's website says that social workers are going to be now coordinating, developing, supervising, educating on prevention programs, including but not limited to bullying, substance abuse, violence, aggression, etc. Sounds a lot like the old DARE and GREAT program we used to have growing up. DARE being drug abuse resistance education, and GREAT, gang resistance education and training. Why are we foisting these responsibilities on social workers who are not trained properly in these matters? Why not resolve that with an SRO who's required in these contracts through the ADE to teach 180 hours per year of block instruction anyway? Regarding the salary increase, I understand the need to retain and to incentivize people to apply to the district, to have more people come in, quality applicants. But as a previous speaker spoke, what about the teachers? The teachers that are out there doing a good job each and every day. I mean, no offense to the social workers, but the teachers are doing the daily grind. The social workers support that. Why are we paying social workers now more instead of attracting talented teachers to come and educate our children? Also, the national statistics on social workers per capita is 0.5. So for a district with about 40,000 souls in its responsibility, we should have about 20 or so social workers. As Mrs. Besley said, we have 22. I think we're right on the mark. So I think that's fine where it is, but that doesn't mention the fact that we also are backed up with behavioral health interventionists and school psychologists. So it's not just 22 behavioral health professionals that we have in our district, which basically means that I think that we have maybe an over-reliance on the behavioral health system at this point. The national average, according to best practices for officers, is 2.5 for every 1,000. Here in Arizona, we're at 1.7 at best. So if you take Liberty High School, for example, 2,600 students, they should have about 4 to 5 SROs, according to national best practices. We have one, and we don't have one in every campus either. So I think ratio-wise, we're on target where social workers need to be. They're already supported with behavioral health interventionists and school psychologists. And instead of focusing, retaining the social workers, which will bring in more SEL grants, critical race theory, et cetera, you go on to grants.gov. There's over 360 plus SEL grants So it seems like the district wants more social workers because the social workers bring in the money. And that is not what police officers do. They're there to protect and not make the district money. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your time. Next public comment comes from Ms. Janelle Bowles.
Hi, good evening, members of the board, President Sandoval, Dr. Reynolds, thank you for your service. As a social service grant writer myself and a former Peoria Unified School District grant recipient, I would like to address the topic of 10.1 salary and grants for social workers and counselors. It is my understanding that this grant is to support school safety. In my 9 years working with and being part of teams of social workers and counselors who work directly with students, I experienced a great divide between the school system and the already established counselors within the community. I believe first we need to work together with those numerous already established counseling services and resources in our local community and not waste monies we can't afford to waste. First, if this grant is to be used for school safety, then let us start by hiring a resource officer on every campus. This is an active approach to keeping our campuses safe. In addition, let us take a proactive approach and use this grant to train our teachers and staff on how better to handle crisis situations. Second, when is the focus of our public funded schools going to be getting back to educating children? We are not the parent, we are not the counselor, or even the social worker. We are a public funded education system. Therefore, the funding should go to resource officers and safety training for staff. Lastly, let me ask you a question. Aside from those who already know me, and there's a couple in the room, did any of you feel safer when I walked up to this podium? Probably not. Now, how many of you feel safer with an armed guard standing in the back of the room? I rest my case.
Thank you, ma'am. Especially, that was our final comment tied to this line item. Welcome back. Board members, questions, comments? Ms. Hill.
Well, let me ask some questions with regard to this. So how much exactly are we paying beyond from last year to this year? I mean, I saw the breakdown of what we were going to put the numbers out there. I mean, what are we going from and to exactly? How much money are we talking here? What was their salary? What's their salary now, and where are we going to?
Are you talking about the salary schedule?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
The salary schedule is not an increase. It is actually taken from the certified professional salary schedule that currently exists. It is taken from the salary schedule that teachers are on, guidance or school counselors at the high school level, behavior interventionists, all of our certified professionals. We did not increase any salary. If you go and look at that initial salary schedule, it states specifically that starts at a bachelor level. When you go to the master level on that initial salary schedule, it starts at the starting salary that we've placed on for social workers. Social workers and counselors must have a master's degree. That's why this initial salary schedule starts at the master level. It is not an increase. It is not changing. It is not giving more to social workers. It is bringing them in at the master level. Teachers that have a master's level at 0 years come in at that same level. So I just wanted that point of clarification.
And actually, if you read the fine print, you know, it's not just those numbers. So they get, in addition, new hires are given $75 per credit hour for educational credits that they've earned. There's performance pay. Let's see, employees can earn up to $2,800 for performance pay. There's a lot of things, and I've kind of learned too, you have to look at the fine print, because what you see here in the numbers is probably not really what the outgoing dollar amount is going to be. So you have to add all that up. My mother was a teacher, so I'm quite familiar because she had an MA plus 60. She did very well financially. She actually did. She's been taken care of very well by taxpayers, believe me. So I'm quite familiar with all the little details that go therein. So I think it's important to look at all the details, because the numbers that you see at the top are not the numbers that probably most of them are going to make, because you have to add all those other details up, and it gets pricey. It's very pricey. So, and it is concerning too, because we have kids that are really struggling in school, and you have kids that are socially just having issues and emotionally, and they're going through a lot. Our world is a mess. We live in a broken world. It's a disaster. I mean, I kind of know how to fix everything, you know, but that's a whole nother story. You take God out of it, and this is what we get. It's kind of too bad, because that's where we're at. And it starts in the home too. So it's really tough. I realize that there's importance to have the social workers to some degree, but what quality are we getting? And I don't know, we just keep putting the wrong resources in. And I think we're pointing our kids in the wrong direction. That's just my personal belief. It's my personal, that's my faith speaking. But I think that's why our kids are going down these wrong paths. That's why they're depressed. That's why they're sad. They don't have hope. There's really only one true hope. So this is a tricky thing, because giving more money into this is, I don't think, going to really fix this problem. And having more social workers isn't really going to fix this problem. And with all respect to the officers here and so forth, I do think that's helpful. But again, not really fixing the problem. It's a bigger problem. So, but I digress. I know I've gone off base here, but so this is a tough one. I find it very difficult to give more money into this, and this is really not where how we're going to fix things. It's a bigger problem. Thank you.
President Sandoval, members of the board, if I could just make a point of clarification on the items that you listed on the job description. That is per board policy that we have to bring in our employees at their highest level of education and up to 7 years of experience. So when you see $75 per extra credit, if someone has, let's say, a master's 25, our salary schedule is master's 15, master's 30. We have to count those additional those additional credits and give $75 per credit to get them on the right salary schedule. They are also, and that is the same for teachers. It is not something different. We bring teachers in, we bring our high school counselors in at that level as well. Performance pay falls under classroom site fund for our group that's in the 2100 function code. Social workers fall under that, as do guidance counselors, our high school counselors, our behavior interventionists, our school psychologists, speech therapists, physical therapists. So I just want to make that point of clarification.
I appreciate it. I just think it's important for everyone to know that you're absolutely right. So, if you add up all the numbers, like I say, what you see there at the top is not the numbers that all the teachers and all the support staff are getting paid. You have to do the math. And that's where all the tax dollars go, and the retirement and all that. It's a lot of money. So, I'm just making sure everyone's aware that the numbers at the top are not the numbers, the final numbers. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Hill. Dr. Sorensen.
No, ma'am. Thank you.
That's all right. Mrs. Rux.
Yes. Well, I know you and I talked yesterday, and I appreciate your information that you have given me. But for me, the situation that you're wanting to bring to the board for the salary schedule and the job description, you're wanting our approval of that. But yet, you left us out of the process of applying for these grants. And so I also know that the grant as a whole, when I'm looking at the salary numbers, right, because that's what this is grant money. How much grant money do we have in that bucket of the school safety grant? I mean, it's only going to be stretched so far. And we've had 22 schools for social workers from the grant 3 years ago. What have they been doing? I'm like, I can't approve something if I don't have more information. And I would have liked to have had this brought to us in a different format so that I would feel more comfortable with this decision. If you're wanting to approve a salary schedule and a job description but you're leaving us out of, and you're leaving the community and the parents and the staff out of that whole process of applying for that grant to then approve the salary and the job description. Like, I can't do that as a board member. I need all information, and I need it brought before, not right as we're about to vote on it. So that's, I just, yeah, I question the numbers because, again, that grant is for the whole state. That's a lot of schools that are going to be applying for both of those positions. And yeah, so that's, I just have a lot of concerns with this, so.
Thank you, Mrs. Ricks. Dr. Reynolds.
So, Ms. Vesley, would you clarify again why the job description and why the salary schedule is important, why we're bringing it tonight?
The grant opened up on February 6th, and we currently have 22 social workers that fall underneath the grant from 3 years ago. That grant is ending in May. The grant does allow districts to apply for social workers, school counselors, SROs. In the language, it says counselors, social workers, and SROs. Our schools are currently working through a process to also apply for the SRO positions. But because we already had social workers from 3 years ago, we are ready to move forward and to ask the state to continue the funding so that we don't lose those social workers, those 22. Our schools have also worked alongside our student services department prior to us going out into, I think it was 2018 or 19, when the grant first became available. We spent a year going out to schools, meeting with community members, with families, with site councils to get information so that schools could apply. It is the rights of the schools through ADE to apply for those positions, and we don't want to have that lost for those 22 that we currently have. It is also to support and attract those social workers, because oftentimes coming from the business area, we don't often think about within a school district, we have a salary schedule that's for all certified staff. So social workers or counselors might not know where to find the salary schedule. They won't understand that they fall under what we consider certified professionals in a school district underneath that salary schedule.
I clarify. So you mentioned that you involved 3 years ago the community, but in my understanding and who I've spoken with, that wasn't done this time around to renew the grant. And then there was 39 schools total. So I guess for me, if this, I understand it's individual school based, but I feel that we need to be involving everyone in this decision because it affects the kids, it affects the teachers, and my concern is we already have social workers through the state. So if we're overusing a resource that we already have through the state where, you know, a teacher can or has to report any type of, you know, signs, then that works through the state with the social worker checking on that family. So I guess I just want to make sure that we're utilizing all of the resources. And if this is such a big piece with the salary schedule and the job description, again, why the board and the community can't be involved in the whole process of the scope of the grant, I think is just my concern. So again.
Thank you, Mrs. Ricks. Mrs. Ewing.
One of the questions that was brought up as an issue is to take the grant money and put it towards training teachers, but I believe the grant is specifically written that that it's specifically for social workers and school counselors and social workers. Is that correct? I just wanted to clarify that. The way Mrs. Vesley just wanted to clarify that.
The grant can be for social workers, it can be for school counselors, it can be for SRO officers. There are different areas, yes.
Okay, but no teacher training on how to manage. That's not how the grant was written. There was a community member that brought that up as an issue, so I.
Ms. Vesley, do you want to, she doesn't oversee, Ms. Vesley doesn't
Oh,
oversee
that's
the grant
right.
process.
Right, so I don't oversee the grants or that process.
Okay, that's why
How do we apply for a grant? From a human resources perspective, it's our role to support those positions that are approved through grants through the Arizona Department of Education.
Okay, okay, all right, thank you for that clarification. And then and again, this is just the, well, this is a grant question again, so that would go to somebody else. So I guess then I don't have any other further questions.
I would like to add that if the salary schedule is not approved tonight, and ADE does grant approval for however many, we will still use our certified salary schedule that we currently have. Because it still is very, it aligns perfectly, and it would, falls under what all of our certified professional staff use.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ewing. Mrs. Ricks?
President Sandoval, can I just ask one more follow-up question to that? So I guess I'm wondering with the Arizona Department of Ed, that grant, I've heard that it was in the state budget, that was not approved this week, that it was not approved by our governor. So I don't know if that's going to affect this whole process too.
What? Go ahead.
It may, but that's not what we're bringing as an item for tonight, right? This is just strictly, basically a communication tool so that when people who might be interested in a social worker position for us, when they go and look at our website, right, they'll see the salary schedule that is specific to them, much like this, we have multiple salary schedules beyond just our certified teachers.
May I add a point of clarification as well, President Sandoval, members of the board? If ADE did not approve any of our social workers, we would not be using this salary schedule, we would not be using this job description, because as it currently stands, our district does not have the capacity to have social workers out of M&O. So again, it really is dependent on ADE and their approval of the submissions that the district puts forth.
Okay, thank you.
And I just want to clarify as well, we would, if these grants were not approved, or if the grant was not approved, we would be working through a process, right, with our team on what steps we would take forward. But again, this is the salaries, this is the tool to communicate what our social workers' salary schedule is.
Perfect, thank you for that. And that was going to be my question, just around the grant. What that looks like if we don't get approved, right? And what not only we stand to lose from a human capital perspective as it relates to social workers and counselors, but what our students stand to lose. Those who, it was mentioned earlier, we have 38,000 plus lives that this district oversees on a daily basis. They all have a story. We talked a little bit about Peoria Flex earlier. We have students in McKinney-Vento and Foster and trauma. There's a lot that it's been mentioned that our students have gone through. And our ability to be very intentional in how we meet our students where they're at to ensure that they are successful throughout our doors, throughout our walls. It's about every student every day, giving them an equitable opportunity to be successful. And that means listening to our students and understanding where they're at. And we have an obligation, as a public school system to make sure that every student every day, is confident and prepared to shape their own path, as they leave our doors. That said, I know there's been a lot of conversations around SROs and this grant, and there's no doubt there's an intersect between I said it in our last meeting. You know, our SROs, what I love about their mindset is that they definitely focus on the R in that acronym of being a resource. There is an intersect between what they do, what our counselors do, what our social workers do, and what all of our associates do on behalf of the reason why we're here, which are, you know, again, our young scholars. All that said, and I apologize because I know this line item is truly to approve the job description and the salary schedule to, you know, as we look to attract, right, individuals to sit in these seats. There's no doubt we're a large district and we're growing. And, you know, we have 22 now, but that's sunsetting in April, May. Is that right, that grant?
Yes,
The current grant?
the end of this year. That is
Yeah.
correct.
So, I mean, when we talk about investing in our future, you know, investing in our youth is probably one of the best investments you can have from a return perspective. And, you know, we always been good at, you know, addressing the shifting needs, you know, of our student population. So all that said, it's, you know, it's pretty straightforward what your ask is. And that said, if there aren't any more.
I do want to, I'm sorry. Sometimes I don't really know what our votes mean, so I apologize for my ignorance. If we vote no on this and the social workers come, it's the same salary schedule. This is just a communication tool, so that way if I'm a social worker and I'm looking for a job and I look on here and I can easily see it. Like if we vote no, they'll still be placed in the same salary schedule because it's the same as a certified teacher.
They would be placed, or we would use a certified salary schedule. That is correct. A master level on the certified salary schedule is the same as the master level on the social worker. That is correct.
The vote is not if we are going to go for this grant.
Absolutely not. The vote is whether or not the board would approve the salary schedule.
That's right.
That says social worker, school counselor, mental health.
Copy that. Thank
And
you.
the job description that would be approved through ADE then.
Yeah, and a practice that we have done multiple times in the past, right? Whether it's with nurses or with other positions, right? We create a separate salary schedule to communicate better with people who might want to come work for us.
Yeah. And I could see where there's, going through, there's a little confusion. We'll get to the end, but.
I'm easily confused.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So this is just a formality, is what you're saying, basically.
It is a communication tool, an attraction tool, should we be awarded the ADE grant, and will be used when and if those positions are approved.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Perfect. Mrs. Rooks?
Well, I was just gonna kind of piggyback on some of the questions. I mean, I get that it's, you're just updating the different salary schedule, but I guess it would have been nice to involve the community in this process and the board. So, I mean, I think that we are taking the focus away from the academic side with supporting our teachers, and it seems like we're going into other areas and we're not being able to have even those discussions because we have to stick to salary schedule, but yet we don't get that opportunity to have any type of a discussion. So, yeah.
Thank you, Mrs. Rooks. If no further questions, comments, Ms. Vesely, anything else from you?
No, sir.
All right. So what I do need is a motion to approve the updated job description for social workers, school social workers, to include school counselors / mental health, and to approve the new initial salary schedule for mental health professionals as presented. I'll move that we approve 10.1.
I will second that.
Ms. Concho, we have a motion made by myself and a second by Mrs. Ewing. Board members, please cast your votes. And motion passes with 4 yeas and 1 nay. Thank you, board members. Ms. Vesely.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate it. All right, moving on to 10.2, second read of policy section IKF. Dr. Hernandez, board members, let's see, I do not have any public comment tied to this line item. Board members, questions, comments? We did listen to the first read at our last board meeting, but Ms. Hill? Dr. Sorensen?
No, sir.
Mrs. Rooks?
No, sir.
Mrs. Ewing?
No, thank you.
All right, I don't have any questions either. That said, I do need a motion to approve second read of policy section IKF.
I'll motion that we approve 10.2 second read of policy section IKF.
I'll second that. Ms. Contra, I have a motion made by Mrs. Rooks, a second by myself. Board members, please cast your votes. Motion passes with 5 yeas. Thank you, board members. All right, so moving down to our discussion items, 11.1, Facilities Master Planning Program. Mr. Molino, welcome, sir.
President Sandoval, members of the governing board, Dr. Reynolds, cabinet, and guests. Tonight, administration is bringing forward an update on our facilities master planning program. The Facilities Master Planning Program is a part of the stewardship of resources perspective of the strategic plan. One of the key guiding principles of the program is that we make the best use of our facilities to support safe and effective learning environments. That includes all schools, whether they are below or over capacity. We accomplish this by integrating and aligning our facility usage with our reimagined teaching and learning program. Even though we are currently not pursuing closing any schools, we are still analyzing how we can best use our square footage to maximize its potential to meet our needs and be fiscally responsible. Tonight's agenda will not cover the in-depth enrollment capacity needs and challenges that are impacting Lake Pleasant Elementary School or Liberty High School. We have presented that data to the governing board in the past throughout several study sessions. Tonight, we'll be presenting the actions we're taking to address those needs, and we will also discuss other facility needs regarding schools and programs. As a district, we have space and/or capacity. We just do not have it in the locations where we need it. In some cases, it is just not the right type of space that we need. Our largest immediate needs are for Lake Pleasant and Liberty High School. We also have 3 schools in a program sharing Peoria High School facilities, and we have a need for operational space also. At Lake Pleasant Elementary School, Mr. Bagwell has made changes and repurposed different areas to be able to create additional educational and office spaces. We have engaged an architectural firm to draw up changes to the library to create additional usable space. Soon, we will be starting the process of selecting an architect to start the design of a permanent new building for Lake Pleasant Elementary School. We need to start this process now so that the building can be ready sometime in 2024. The long-term solution for Area 4 is building a new elementary school. As a reminder, we consider Area 4 the area north of Highway 303. This map shows the site of Lake Pleasant Elementary School, and the red box references a potential location for a new building. And this is the same diagram that we showed during a study session in October. At Liberty High School, it is in Area 3, but it is the only high school that serves Area 4. We are pursuing both short-term and long-term solutions. In the short term, we have 3 options that we are pursuing and acting on. The first is program changes. These are internal changes to how Liberty High School currently uses their spaces and how their current program needs are met. Mr. Duguid and his administration team and teaching staff, they've been meeting on these for the past year and have implemented different changes to get them through this year and next year. For example, we have turned the staff lounge into a classroom. The lecture hall is being used for team teaching. We've converted other spaces into traditional classrooms, the cafeteria being one of them, and storage space into offices, and in turn, offices into instructional spaces. The second option, we have also engaged an architect and we are making changes to the library to create 2 additional classrooms and office spaces inside the library. The third option, we'll be starting the process of selecting an architect to start the design of a permanent new building for Liberty High School. The goal would be for this building to also be ready at least by July of 2024. The long-term solution for Area 4 is purchasing land and building a new high school. This is a map of Liberty High School, and the red box references a potential location for a new building. This concludes the geographical northern part of the presentation, in which we covered our current and possible future action items for Areas 3 and Area 4 of the school district. We're now shifting to Area 2, which is the central area of the district. This is the area north of Grand and south of Bell Road. We'll first look at the needs for our E-Campus school, which is located on the Peoria High School campus. And that campus currently has 3 schools and 1 program. Administration is starting the process to determine our long-term goals, the purpose and visions for both the Peoria Flex Academy and for the Met Professional Academy. The process's objective will be to identify the appropriate amount of space, the type of space needed, and the ideal location for the school or program to achieve its goals while growing and operating successfully. In the meantime, as we start that process, which is not started, we are addressing the needs of eCampus staff. They need space and resources such as computer labs and small group meeting rooms, and by addressing their needs, when it comes time to, we're removing them out of the equation so that when it comes time to addressing Peoria High School, especially for Peoria Flex and Met, they're just not in that process. We've removed them out of the site already. You may recall seeing the similar slides in the past during study sessions for Liberty High School and Lake Pleasant Elementary Schools, and also during the repurposing process for the 3 elementary schools. The Peoria High School campus is our largest square footage school site. It isn't the largest by acres, but that is Sunrise Mountain High School, but it is the school with the largest usable square footage and enrollment capacity. But as you can see in the enrollment projections, Peoria's enrollment has reached its current peak and based on the demographic studies and data from the Research and Planning Department. They will be in the decline for the rest of this decade. Now we're real close to having this year's demographic study. We're about 2 to 3 weeks away from receiving that data. So we're anxious to see what that data looks like. If Liberty had this maximum or even recommended capacity, we would not be speaking about construction of an additional building at Liberty. So this is an example of when we say we have the square footage and the capacity, it is just in the wrong location. eCampus is currently located at Peoria High School, and we're planning on relocating the eCampus school front office and teaching staff to Kachina Elementary School. This will provide the eCampus staff additional space and resources. Soon we'll start the logistical planning process for this project. We have had several meetings with both the Kachina principal and the eCampus coordinator. This is a similar slide as the ones you've seen before, but for Kachina Elementary, you can see that Kachina's enrollment is also in a decline, and the site does have available capacity and square footage to house eCampus without impacting its current students. On this map, you can see Kachina Elementary. The orange square shows the location of the Kachina front office building and the main entrance. The small red square shows the proposed location of the new eCampus front office and main entrance. The large red square shows the 8 classrooms that will be dedicated to eCampus. 2 of those 8 will be dedicated computer labs for testing purposes. We also have operational needs for space. The one that we will be covering today is the relocation of the copy center. The copy center is currently located at the support services complex and is sharing roughly 800 square feet with both food services department and the warehouse office staff. As the copy center provides services to teachers and staff, such as copying worksheets, creating booklets, workbooks, posters, laminating, and cutting, this is a time saver for our teachers that rely on their services. The usage of the copy center continues to increase, which is a good thing, but we are reaching capacity in regards to space and throughput. We are assessing the logistics of relocating it to Pioneer Elementary School, and we have had discussions with the principal at both Pioneer and Desert Palms as an alternate location in case we are not able to move to Pioneer. Pioneer Elementary School was one of the 3 schools we considered for closure. As you can see, their enrollment has stayed consistent around 400 students and will experience a slight decrease during the next decade. This is a map of Pioneer Elementary School. The orange square shows the school front office and main entrance, and then the red square shows the proposed location of the new copy center. It is located in the back of the campus, has its own parking lot and entrance, and the building has the needed cooling and electrical capacity to house the existing copier machine needs and gives excess electrical and cooling capacity for growth. We will start the logistical planning for this possible change within the next month. At this time, administration stands for questions.
Mr. Molino, we do have one public comment tied to this line item, so we'll call you back up after we get through that, okay? All right, this public comment comes from Mr. Bob Gonzalo. Welcome, sir.
Well, thank you. I'm Bob Gonzalo. I'm one of the officers in the Peoria Booster Club. When I saw this line item, I said to myself, that doesn't make any sense. And I think one thing you left off there of facilities, Peoria High School has like 1,500 kids. Cactus High School has 1,100 kids. But first of all, I don't want to see the Alternative Flex Academy leave because I think it's a great program, and Sybil and the people that do it, they do a great job with it. I think the MET program does a great job with it. But I taught at Peoria High School. I went to Peoria High School, and I've been there. I taught there, and I was a head counselor there when we had 3,000 students. And it's not a pretty situation when you have 3,000 students. The history of the district was that all the high schools were supposed to be 1,800 kids. And that's what they built the high schools for, 1,800 kids. The problems that you have is that Peoria has always been, and I shouldn't even use this word, but it's always been used as a dumping ground to solve the problems of the district. And I'll give you examples. When they first had a alternative school for the elementary kids, not one elementary school wanted it, not one high school wanted it. The only person that took the program was Peoria High School, and it was Tom McKenzie. When you had the alternative school right here, now they put Flex Academy on the Peoria campus. When we had 3,000 students, Peoria High School accepted the 3,000 students. I made a master schedule for 3,000 students with 3 lunches and bells ringing all over the place. And it was chaotic. Well, I can tell you right now, even a little change in a schedule and bringing different kids on campus can change the whole thing and the whole atmosphere on a campus. Now, I don't understand this part of it at all. The kids who are in alternative school are in alternative school because they don't function in the real setting of a high school. So now you're going to bring them back into a high school and put them on the lower level of a building in a high school? That makes no sense whatsoever. And what it does, it disrupts Peoria High School. It's not good for those kids. It's not good for the Peoria kids. And I think if you're going to move them anywhere, you should move them to Cactus High School, who has 1,100 kids. And they have a campus that can probably function with it and at least separate them from the other kids. If you put them into Peoria, they're going to be with the regular day students, and it's not a good situation for those kids who didn't want to be in that situation to start with, and the Peoria kids. I just think it's not a good situation for the school. And I have nothing against the Flex Academy. I have nothing against those kids, because that's what I dealt with. One more comment. You know, you comment about counselors and stuff like that. The best counselors in your whole school are your teachers. If you go out and pay teachers the money that they deserve, and you don't need social workers, counselors, and I was a counselor, because the best teachers you have are the teachers that are one-on-one with the kids. They will help you solve a lot of those problems that you have. End of conversation.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalo. Mr. Molino? Board members, questions, comments? Ms. Hill?
Yes, I guess I'm going to echo a little bit what was just stated. I feel like we have to stand in the gap a little bit for the Flex Academy. I think it would also be very inappropriate of us to even consider moving them and relocating them at this time. They are kids that need that extra support. They have created a home there. They have gardens. They have invested in their area. I just think it would be a great mistake to take them out of that unique environment that Principal Jacobs has created for them and put them into a situation where they could be more at risk. And we want to uphold them and give them worth and give them the ability to have hope for the future. And I think that location is doing just that. And I think we need to consider keeping them in that location. I think there's other options possibly what we can look at, but we're really looking at a relocation for the Flex Academy is the way I see it, because they'd have to move out, of that location, and I guess I'm just not on board with that. I just don't think that's, we have to treat every student with support and love and compassion and rise them up, and they need just as much attention and care as everybody else does, and I think that they deserve to stay in that location that they have rightfully made their own. So that's my 2 cents worth.
Thank you, Ms. O. Dr. Sorensen?
I thought this was moving eCampus.
That is correct, sir. At this time, where we're at with PFA and MET, we have meetings scheduled with each of those, the school and the program, I think in exactly 1 week. Those meetings with each school and program will determine, and in that meeting is Ms. Jacobs, Dr. Davidson, Dr. Hernandez, myself. We're going to try to figure out what is the vision, purpose, and long-term goals of PFA. Same conversation with MET separately. We'll get that data, determine what are the needs, what is the goals, what is the purpose of each school and program. Once we determine their needs, what is the best location? And then once we have that data, we'll bring in a larger subset of people, both from different, not just cabinet, for example, with school staff. If it is Cactus, that's one of the areas that we looked at. So if we get to that point and Cactus is the better location, we will bring in, I've had conversations with the principal, Christy Hammer. So right now we're going to be gathering data for the school and the program, determine their needs, bring in the larger group, using that data and needs where they can fit. And if it's Peoria High School, we'll have Peoria High School at the table. If it's Cactus, we'll have Cactus at the table, or we'll have both.
So those,
sorry.
So those site leaders will have a significant voice in what happens.
Yes, sir. Once we get to that step in the process. My first step right now is to remove eCampus because it's the easiest, and removing eCampus gives us more flexibility.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the biggest issues we have right now, right? Just with our geographic going from south to north and the growth that we have, and we have to get creative. And moving things like eCampus and copy centers and those kinds of things are good ideas right now. I just hope that the local leaders, right, of those schools are not just there at the table to say we had them at the table.
No, they're not. When we get to that, when those processes start, and that's why we have those first meetings next week, and we had a preemptive meeting back in November where we all sat at the table with eCampus, Peoria High School, PFA, MET, Dr. Davidson, myself, to say, hey, we're going to start looking at this. We're open to ideas. Nothing is decided. And then as I went through, looked at them, started with the easy ones. And the easy ones, like you said, sir, Copy Center and eCampus to give us more flexibility.
Yeah, no, I appreciate we have to get creative, right? We have to be able to think different things based on where we are just with our geographic challenges. I just hope that, and I have no anecdotal data to question you. I just hope that the site leaders in here also echo that same message after these decisions are made. So thank you.
Yeah, and just to also clarify, right, we've been updating the board on this process ever since we've kind of switched directions with repurposing. And so the purpose of tonight is to simply give you an update on the thinking, the current thinking, and then get some feedback on that. And then we'll start moving forward, even with Copy Center, even with the eCampus, then we want you to have an opportunity to hear this information. Then we'll dig in with the communities, right? Different schools, school councils, right? Working through some of the questions and challenges.
Thank you for that, Dr. Reynolds and Dr. Sorensen. I'm just going to piggyback on what you said about making sure that we're inclusive and getting feedback from those site leaders, but I would take it a step further. And we have, one of our young scholars here who's student body president at Centennial, right? We had kids here earlier who are excelling in the engineering programs, but getting feedback from our students as well to understand, what they love about Peoria Flex Academy, and the thought behind, the potential move and getting their input as well. I think that would be invaluable.
Will do, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Mrs. Ricks?
Yes, so I have two kind of questions. I have to reiterate what they said about Peoria Flex Academy. That was an amazing experience to go and see that campus. And for me, to see that those kids are opening up and they have that layout already there in place, I can't support moving that. So that's obviously been said, and I really do hope that we follow up on really involving everybody on that decision. And then also the copy center that I'm looking at here, and I'm just, learning here. So when you're moving it into that spot there on the red, what is in that place right now, I guess was my question. What are we utilizing that little building for? And if there's something there, where are we moving that to?
Good question. President Sandoval, Mrs. Rooks, in that red spot, that is one of the technology labs at Pioneer. They have two. Right now, a lot of our elementary schools, since we've gone one-to-one with laptops, are going down to one lab by choice. So we would actually be taking the computers out of this lab, moving them to Kachina to make the second lab for eCampus. So that part we're reusing the resources that we have, and we're working with making sure that the Pioneer principal and that the K-6 lab will become the TLC lab at Pioneer.
Thank you for answering that. And all of these decisions in moving these pieces around, I know you're going to reach out to, obviously, Peoria Flex Academy, but have we had discussions involving all of our other staff at these schools? Are they okay with moving a copy center in this spot? Like, is those discussions?
We've had those discussions
Okay.
with every principal that when we have the idea, I have a preemptive conversation with them. We go out and walk the site, make sure that they're on board before I take the next step.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ricks. Mrs. Ewing?
Thank you. Yes, I appreciate that you're including all of those people that it will affect in the process, from the administrators, the students. On the student note, anything that should come to a possible change, it might just something to consider is asking those students what do they find that is really unique and something they love about that own home campus, and can we make sure if and when we have to move that is brought over to a new environment to help them feel more at home if that's possible. So that's just a question to make sure that including the students on how can we make this the most welcoming new space for them, and with staff as well. Thank you.
President Sandoval, Mrs. Ewing, I've had several conversations with Ms. Jacobs, and I'm always transparent with her, and I think she knows that I'm a big supporter of her school. One of the things that, in listening to her, that we want to make sure, since I've been at Peoria, I have seen PFA with different names at different locations. I really want to find PFA their forever home. Now, I know I can't guarantee that because school district changes, and in 10 years, different leadership, different board could make a different decision. I really want to make sure we find them the right space where the thought of them having to move again would not be considered. And then one of the other conversation is, what is the future of alternative education at Peoria? Right now, PFA is strictly high school. So one of the things is, in looking at that purpose and vision, what is the need for that 6th, 7th, and 8th grade in alternative education?
And if I may, I just want to add to your comment, and we've kind of focused in on PFA, but we also have Peoria High School, right, who are impacted by these decisions and have been impacted by decisions that have been made in the past. We also have the Met. And so it's really important that we bring all of those voices to the table so that, as you said, stakeholders from across those platforms, schools, programs, have a voice.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. And I think, and I took it anyway when Dr. Sorensen was talking about inclusivity across all stakeholders. I did take that as, Peoria, Met, Flex, et cetera, that all those individuals, were included without question. And I'll just piggyback on one more thought. I mean, Ms. Ewan brought up, if, the decision, based on these conversations does, take the Flex Academy to another location, going back to student participation, it would be really, really cool. I brought it up before from a district perspective, but I think this would be a great way to pilot a participatory budgeting type program, right? So let's say, I'm making this up, but let's say the move costs, I don't know, a couple million. Giving the students, a bucket of money to kind of vote on what they'd like to see, on this new build or their new home, as you say, their forever home, right? Given that opportunity, I think that would go a long way. But I appreciate you always, listening and taking into consideration the input from all stakeholders and certainly our students as well. So thank you for that. Board members, any further questions, comments? Mr. Molino, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Have a great evening. All right, moving on to 11.2, District Culture and Climate Surveys. Mr. Moss, welcome, sir. Great to see you.
Last as usual.
It's been a while.
President Sandoval, members of the governing board, just here to spend a little time with you to kind of update you on our annual district surveys that we've put out for, and I look back in my records, I have at least 10 years worth of data, but you all know I've been here a long time and I can't remember when we didn't do them. So that would be a long, long time. These surveys provide for us a whole bunch of qualitative data that we can match with our quantitative data to really give a picture of what's happening in the district. When we look at them, we give them in three different surveys complete. We give those annually, give them to parents, and again, we want to incorporate all sites. We give them to students in grades 5 through 12, and we do those at all sites. Our staff survey, again, all sites and all employee groups are really the ones that we try to contact. We do try to get, and we communicate with principals and with different leaders on their areas. We try to get a representative sample from every area, so we don't just say we're going to take 2,000 from this school and none from this school. We try to work on making sure that all schools are representative, at least a representative sample of their students and representative sample of their staff. And we work with the principals as the communicators to get their parents to be involved with as many as we can to move those processes forward. We keep all surveys anonymous. There is no way to track who's doing and who's taking the surveys. The numbers of questions, and you see in those surveys, vary. I can tell you that those numbers have gone down over time. Initially, I think those were all in the 75 to 90 questions when we initially gave out these surveys, and we've reduced them and reduced them and reduced them to get, again, more participation and also to shorten that time. You see there the time that they have, the average time it takes to complete the surveys for each of the areas. We do ask two different types of questions. We do have some open response questions. An example would be we do ask things like, what do you like best working in your district or your school? What do you like, or what are 2 or 3 things that you like about your school? We ask for students, and we get that information, again, by school and by area. We do distribute this information back to the principals, both the open response questions and the 5-point Likert scale questions, which would be things like, I'm happy working at my school. I don't know exact wording, but I'm happy working at my school or in my department. And then we get a Likert scale, strongly agree to strongly disagree as part of our conversation there. We keep these surveys open for about 2 weeks or until I can go get to a school and say, hey, we need 50 more, we need 100 more, you need to put out something until I get a representative sample from each one. So usually it takes about 2 weeks, maybe a little bit longer, 3 weeks in some cases, and it usually is done around the first week in March. So we're getting ready to start that process here rather quickly. You can see the participation numbers there. This was last year. Those numbers are lower than we've had in the past. I think COVID had part of that process. I think communication had part of that process, but we'd like certainly to increase those numbers to get a better representative sample again from each group and also from each process, each survey. The questions are in these areas, and I can just give you a couple of examples. The academics, for example, with the parent survey, says the question really, one of the questions says, I consider my child's school to be an excellent school. In the school climate, and it says, I feel welcome at my child's school. Those are the Likert scale questions in each of those areas. I do want you to kind of look at them kind of closely and kind of quickly, because as we go through, I'm going to give you a couple of questions, but I'm going to show you that in the staff survey, we ask about school pride. I consider my school, I consider my child's school to be an excellent school. I'm sorry, that's the wrong one. I'm satisfied working in my school or department. I'm confident my school will successfully deal with future challenges that are there. And what we're really trying to do as we look at the staff survey and you look at some of the areas that are in that survey, we try to match them up. And students, for example, the same thing. I'm satisfied with the overall quality of my school. What I really want to show you is that we ask the same question in each of the surveys so that we can do some comparisons across the groups. So that we have, for example, and I'll show you this in a second here, so that we have the ability to say that I have parents are satisfied, staff is satisfied, students are satisfied, and do some comparisons to see if there's any discrepancies in any of the groups and any of the pieces that they give to them. So with the information, obviously we get district level information, and I left you a copy of that in the packet, that there's a copy of our results from 2022. We do disaggregate this information by high schools and elementary schools, and we give those to the principals, and we talk about how they can improve and how they're able to move these areas. We do some comparisons, again, of consistency across all the groups. And we also look, and we've now incorporated it into our continuous improvement plan. So as our continuous improvement plan moves forward, we're able to say, my scores last year were this. We're working on, for example, parent communication. We're working on parent involvement. We're working on something like that. And we can see changes in those results when we get the parent surveys back to each of those. We do share it with the district administration. We do share it with site administration. And again, we use it for future goal setting in terms of how they're performing in these processes or these areas of satisfaction, if you will, with all of the groups. We do have a communication plan. We will start notifying parents probably tomorrow or Monday through the PR department that we're going to open the parent survey. We will do the same thing when we begin the notification, and we're going to begin to survey the students. We also, and this began last year, that we post the student survey on the district website with a reference so that if a parent wants to see exactly what's being asked, they can look at it as we go through. We do post them all if we wish to. I have not talked to Ms. Airy, but we certainly can post them all if we need to. They're not anything to hide as we give you copies in terms of what's there. My final comments, again, we're going to go back to, again, all surveys are anonymous, and we encourage students to complete them. We encourage people to complete them, but we do not force them to complete them. If they say, no, we're not able to do this, we don't want to do this, we do not hold them accountable for not doing it. And I stand for any questions you may have.
Thank you, sir. Questions, comments? Ms. Hill?
Yeah, one of the items that was listed on here, that was one of the, was actually one of the surveys that was given to the parents, and it was kind of interesting as I was going through it. The one big item that I saw was the guidance counselor was really low. That one actually did not perform well. It was the parents were not satisfied with the services provided by the child's guidance counselor. And the district was 49%, the elementary level 49%, and high school 48%. It was not fabulous. So I guess this is last year's, but it's good to take note that parents are actually noticing that they don't feel like they're getting that support that their children need. from the counselors for their social support. So, and those numbers are not great. Those were the lowest numbers out of everything. Those were really low. And the other item, which I thought was interesting too, was the tutoring. And so the school does not, the parents were thinking that the school does not provide a variety of academic support beyond the classroom. For example, tutoring. And those levels were in the 50s and the 60s. So not great numbers again. So those two areas, everything else was kind of okay, at least in the 70s, 80s, that sort of thing. But those two areas I thought were kind of interesting and telling that we're trying to get the kids up to speed on their academics, and the tutoring is still not quite there. I know that that's something we've been working on, and we're trying to improve it. I'm really hoping that the numbers are going to improve this year because we have made some strides, I think, with an agenda to try to get the kids a little bit more up to speed, but that's critical to get the one-on-one tutoring or small groups. And like I said, I have concerns with the counseling because the numbers aren't good. So we were just talking about, social workers and counseling for the kids, and the numbers they're the worst numbers on here. So I just wanted to address that because we didn't actually go through all the other forms of the surveys so that everyone is aware. Those were the two big concerns that parents had. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Hill. Dr. Sorensen?
I would always advocate to let's continue to decrease the questions because as a parent and previous staff member, it was survey fatigue. And when it takes 6 seconds to do one, you're just clicking them, right? So I would just try to be more intentional with our questions and ask less questions. Do we have any exit questionnaires or that we give to our staff who don't sign contracts or anything like that? And I know I've heard from our HR department maybe that we don't think people tell the truth, but I mean, just any thoughts on that from your department regarding getting why people are not being retained in this district?
President Sandoval, Mr. Sorensen, yes, there is an exit survey that we give to any staff member who leaves the district. I'm working closely with the Director of Human Resources. We work on that on a regular basis. We pull that data, kind of look through it. It varies over time, right? And obviously we get different results from those who leave at the end of the year as opposed to those that leave in the middle of the year. We try to get everyone to fill it out. We're working on a process for making it a little more available to them. Right now you're not working with us anymore, and so would you please go to this website and fill this out? Is there a way for us to be a little more intentional to get them to get more responses to it? When we're working with HR
and have we been exposed to any of that data?
We pull that data on a regular basis.
No, as board members? I'd be curious to see. I don't know if we could put something together in a Friday report or see what this looks like and the trend as it goes through. I'd be very curious on that. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sorensen. Mrs. Rooks?
I would be very curious in that data too. And so when I was looking through this too, I know, Dr. Sorensen, you mentioned lesser survey questions. So maybe just brainstorming here with the percentages that are more lower, like Rebecca brought up, the teacher or staff survey. You've got here, our administration effectively deals with student discipline issues that occur in and out of the classroom setting in a timely and fair manner. That's in the lower 60 range. Staff development opportunities at my school district are very relevant to my work. That's in the 40s range. You've got parent survey. My school's child involves me in the discipline of my child as needed. It's again in the lower range. So maybe with the lower range questions, we should use those questions so that we can see if they're improved or not. Because I just think that might cut some of the time with the surveys. And I know some of them are like the higher ones. I'm trying to look through here, like a higher percentage. I understand the school's academic expectations for my child. It's a little bit in the higher range. So maybe just looking at shortening it, look at those questions that have been low and then redo those to see if there is a change in that. So then we're shortening it, but then we're seeing like the areas that we need, if it's below maybe 75, maybe look at those ones, because that's our priority, is when we're seeing those lower percentages, we need to be addressing and seeing what's wrong in those areas. So that's just my only comment.
Mr. Sandoval, Ms. Brooks, exactly. That's exactly the conversation we have with principals, right? Because again, it comes from each school individually. And while the average may be one, you have we have schools that are very good in one thing and not very good in others, and we work through those. That's exactly what's part of the continuous improvement plan, that they work on those and they work through that as their goals of improving certain questions along the way. And that's exactly the conversations we have with each school.
Thank you, Mrs. Rooks. Mrs. Ewing.
Thank you. So I'm looking at some of these results. So one of the things that I see, just to highlight, my teachers accept student ideas and suggestions about classwork. That's at 47% across the board. Yeah, 47% to 46%. That's on the students' results. Just on something that's lower. If I have a problem at school, I know where to go to get help. 60% I wouldn't think is in an acceptable range, that our students need to know, first of all, that they can get help and that where they need to go. So it seems like we could do a little bit better around that. And she brought up the professional development. That certainly needs to be better. And then I'm satisfied with the parental guardian participation opportunities the school has to offer. That's lower as well. And I know that I've had conversations with Mrs. Airy about how can we make sure that we're communicating with our family. It's interesting here that as far as Facebook and Twitter, that's below 50%, so that's not always an optimal way to communicate with our families. So those are just a few things that I saw in there, but thank you for doing this. It's a great thing. So what's the response rate been this year compared to the other years? I know that you've said that as the questions have been reduced, there's been a better response rate.
We have not started the I'm sorry, President Sandoval, Ms. Ewing. We have not released the surveys yet to students. We had planned on that for next Monday, Tuesday, right in there somewhere. So we've not started the collection of data.
Okay. All right. So, but as far as this data here, okay. How long we've been doing this? How long we've been doing the climate surveys?
Remember when
continuous,
we did.
right. So the trending data, the response for what we've gotten over the years, what is that percentage?
I would just tell you, I guess my answer for that would be that it is declining.
Okay.
Especially from 2019. Obviously, COVID years had a significant impact in there where we were. So the last 5 years, I would say that the highest that I can remember, we were in the 8,000 to 10,000 range for parents. We're down to about 4,000. We were in the 12,000 to 15,000 range for students, and we're down to around 9 now. And staff is about 1,900. So I would say we were in the 3,000 range, which was about 75%. We were getting much higher in the past. It's just as time goes on, again, we continue to reduce, but we're just not getting the response rates back from.
So has there been anything done to see kind of why those response rates are going down? And I say that because I know as a parent, there's now all forms of ways that are communicated with us, whether it's email, whether it's just all different ways. And so are we, with the advancement of media in general, are we looking at all different ways to get that participation? Because the more data we have, the more accurate it is to what's really happening.
President Sandoval, Ms. Ewing, we get a representative sample. I would tell you that we are, from a statistical point of view, we have enough to make a reasonable plus or minus estimate, maybe plus or minus 2 or 3 percentage points because of the numbers. Okay. we've begun working, and we did it last year with Miss Airy on how we're going to do that through PR in terms of using our ways. It rests significantly with some of our principals because communication is difficult. How do we inundate? We can't send out too many things, right? Those kind of things. So we run that balance of how do we get people to participate without overwhelming them. We can probably use, and this is a conversation we're going to have, is probably use some information from Parent Square that now gives us how many clicks we get from parents in terms of on this and drive them to that and connect it through something like that. So there's other ways that we can start to do that. We've not done it in the past, but that's a new resource that we can use this year.
Okay. I will say on Parent Square, I've been getting a lot of really positive feedback on that parents really like that. So, so hopefully this will help with the response rate.
Thank you, Mrs. Ewing. Mr. Moss, yeah, as always, thank you for the fun position of pulling data from a very large district. But I'll tell you what, it's important, right? I mean, in the absence of data and research, I mean, we kind of tend to make our own stories. So I certainly appreciate it. With that said, moving forward, and when we get a summary like this from, as we're looking at, 2022, if there is a way to have somewhat of an executive summary just around what you're seeing, right? Because I think when we look at the numbers as board members, I mean, we're not in the weeds like, everyone else is, all of our associates. And, we can make some assumptions, right, on what's going on. But with some questions, especially on that Likert scale, there's a lot to unpack, right, to understand why we're getting the result that we are. So that would be appreciated anyway, kind of a district view of, kind of what you're seeing from your, resident expert opinion. That said, and then from a participation perspective, not to add another survey, but it would be kind of interesting to understand, from a parental, student, staff perspective, what would move them? I mean, is it the touch point, right, the channel that we're using, or, is it potentially, they don't, maybe don't feel that that their voice matters, right? So I think there's a lot of factors, right, as to why. But anyhow, I do love the fact, that the number of questions are reducing, and that we are being very intentional about these surveys. But what we do with the data, what we do with the feedback, I think that's just as important. So individuals know that by taking the time, right, to fill this out, that their voice is being heard, and they do see change based on, their responses. So again, thank you for always being very diligent and complete in your data report outs. So appreciate it.
I have one other.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
go ahead.
I guess it would be remiss if I didn't at least mention it. I forgot to bring this up, but and of course the guests that are here today can't see this, but I thought it was very interesting that the parents that took the survey rated everything a lot higher than the students. So that's kind of interesting to me. And the ones that really kind of piqued my interest, one of the answers to I am satisfied with the overall quality of my school, the district for the students was 55%. Elementary was 53%, and the high school was only 60%. And then to take pride in being a part of my school for the district, 57%, elementary 56%, high school 59%. Those are just not great numbers. And the one that really stuck with me, and I think this is something that we should really try to work on in some regard, is I have at least one teacher or counselor who knows me as a person. 55% for district, 56 for elementary, and 54 for high school. Those are just not good enough numbers for me. That speaks volumes, and I appreciate the surveys, and I think they're important because we can kind of get a barometer of where we're at, but I think we need to take the next step and say, why is that, and what can we do to fix that? And maybe there needs to be something that needs to happen at the fundamental level with teaching and counseling and making sure we know the students really well. And you're absolutely right that I believe that the teachers are, critical with catching depression and various other things in the classroom, and they're the first line of defense for these kids. And so I don't know, there seems to be a disconnect there, and the kids are the ones that are actually in the schools, and they know what's happening with them. And I don't know, I just feel like we can maybe do better in that regard. And I don't know what that looks like, but the numbers are not great for the kids' response on the survey with the important questions that were asked. But so I would love to see some sort of effort made to not only take the survey, but take it one step further. These are the results. Why are they this way? What can we do to improve it, to make this a better experience for the kids and make sure they don't get depressed, they don't fall between the cracks, they don't end up, a suicide victim, those types of things. So thank you so much, though, for doing these. It's very informative. Thank you.
President Sandoval, if I may, I just want to thank the board for your feedback, your comments, and for highlighting how important these surveys are. Just know that when those results come in and we share them with our principals, right, we have expectations around how they use those results, and they take it very seriously. And so when they see things that, as some of you have pointed out, right, they already, and again, these are last year's results, right? So they're spending time figuring out, right, they see those same things. How do we better communicate? How do we better make sure that everyone on our campus is known, valued, and cared for?
Thank you for that, sir. All right, if no further questions, comments, Mr. Moss, thank you, sir. All right, moving on to our informational reports. 12.1, report on upcoming meetings and events. Ms. Ari.
President Sandoval, members of the board, I do want to just draw your attention to one event coming up in particular that we've shared with you, and that is our spring field trip. It is on March 14th, and it is an open invitation to our community to come and see many of the incredible things that we have happening at both the high school and the elementary level. You did hear some wonderful things shared about Desert Valley. We will be visiting that school as well as Marshall Ranch Elementary School and then Ironwood High School. So if you would like to join us, members of our governing board, please do let Mrs. Contra know so we can make sure to save your seat on the bus.
Thank you very much for that. All right, moving on to 12.2, legislative, state, and local updates. Ms.
Yes,
Myers.
well, good evening, President Sandoval, members of the governing board, and Dr. Reynolds. As I have previously reported, the 2023 Arizona legislative session started on January 9th. During the first 45 days of the session, I've reported that the aggregate expenditure limit for this current year has been overridden, but there's still work taking place for the fiscal year 2024 budget, in addition to a number of House bills and Senate bills that are continuing to move through the session. The fiscal year 2024 budget work to date includes Governor Hobbs' $17.1 billion budget that was proposed on January 13th, 2023, and then the House and the Senate subsequently passed a $15.8 billion budget package on February 13th, a month later. Also referred to as a skinny budget, the spending package was intended to extend current year spending for another 12 months. Governor Hobbs vetoed the skinny budget on February 16th, and accordingly, the fiscal year 2024 budget work is continuing. Administration will provide updates as this process moves on, as notable events occur, and more information, of course, becomes available. And with that, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. Appreciate it. All right, moving on to 12.3, budget, facilities, planning, and construction reports. These reports are on our website for your viewing at your convenience. 12.4, district enrollment reports for the months of November 2022, December 2022, and January 2023, also on our website. Other business, board member opportunity to readdress agenda items. Ms. Hill, any items that you'd like to readdress?
No, thank you.
Dr. Sorensen?
No, sir.
Mrs. Rooks?
No, thank you.
Mrs. Ewing?
No, thank you.
I don't have any either. 13.2, requests for agenda items for future governing board meetings. Mrs. Hill.
I guess at this time, I would like to request that we put on the agenda a opportunity for the lawyer to return to give us a breakdown of the law pertaining to Title IX.
I will second that.
All right, Dr. Reynolds, any questions?
Nope, we already have that, I believe,
Yeah, I
from
think
last
so.
meeting.
We have it listed as study session on the thing, so I don't know if that needs to be changed.
Is that,
I think that was the original request.
Well, clarify me, are you wanting a board meeting discussion or a study session?
Yeah, I wasn't thinking study session. I was thinking more a board meeting where the lawyer would be present to properly give us the background on the legalese for Title IX so we can openly all see exactly what our options are.
So you want the study session taken off then and move from a study session to
Yes,
a
thank
governing
you.
board meeting, is that right?
Yes.
Yep, I'll second that.
Got it? Okay. Dr. Swanson, sorry, any items? No, sir. All right. Mrs. Rooks?
I know it's on the agenda, or the request for future agendas. Board member requested a discussion item on the SRO grant. It says Dr. Reynolds offered a timeline first in the Friday report. I just would like to see that grant discussion brought to the governing board so we can have community input, we can have everybody aware of how the grant works, what the process is for each position. Yeah, if that's possible to request that. And then I'd like to, this can be a Friday report, where we are for priorities in the budget. If there is room for reading interventionists, because I know we're losing one at Frontier. So what does that look like? And, classroom aides. So.
I guess I'll second all three. Or the three requests?
Or two?
Yeah, so just to clarify, we have a process in place to bring those items to the board before we bring any recommendations. So I could take that feedback and add that into our process over the next few months, because we'll come back to the board multiple times.
Yeah, I would like to have it very prepared, detailed more versus just right before.
Have you met Mrs. Myers?
Yes, I've emailed her.
Yes.
So, yes.
She will be very detailed, yes.
Okay, all right.
All right, very good. Thank you, Mrs. Rooks. Mrs. Ewing?
I don't have anything to add, but I did just see, which might be helpful, is I thought that I saw that the Arizona Department of Education was going to be doing Monday a presentation or a summary of that down at the Capitol. So that might give feedback. I thought that's what I saw, so.
All right. So no item for a future governing board meeting okay, gotcha. I have one, and Dr. Sorens, I'm going to need your help a little bit on this one. It was an item that you talked about before while Mr. Moss was up there. So just to formalize that request, a summary of exit surveys. Thoughts on timeline, maybe over the last 3 to 5 years, over the last couple of years? What do you think?
I would say 3 years is fine. I mean, the pandemic is going to be an outlier, you know what I mean? So I guess I would say, I don't know, end of last year and this year. We could wait until our year is over until we get into the summer, but maybe, I don't know, if we can get some in June, July for this fiscal year and our previous fiscal year.
We'll do our best.
I'll second that. All right, perfect. All right, very good. On to number 14. 14.1, adjournment. I do need a motion to adjourn this meeting at 8:49 p.m.
I move to adjourn.
I will second that.
Ms. Contra, we have a motion by Mrs. Hill and a second by Mrs. Ewing. Board members, please cast your votes. Motion passes with 5 yeas. Members of the community, teachers, staff, thank you for being troopers. So, have a great evening. Stay safe.